Every day in Africa, millions of women work hard to find what they need to feed their families. But market prices keep rising, and it is becoming more and more challenging to make ends meet.
be here.
What do they need? What do they need?
It's not really something that we can help with, but I think from what I understand, he's saying make them do a switch, which means that the sound is in the stream, but that is not really something we can do anything about. So Sam should speak to them directly.
That's us issue.
Seems so, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't send them the sound for them to send it back to us. We have the sound in the video. That needs to go straight onto the stream. It doesn't go through there. The microphones need to go through the stream.
Okay, thank you.
Why haven't you in the room now? Can you start? No. It's a delay.
What sound can we hear now? I think it's fixed. What sound can we hear now, do you think? Where's that sound coming from? Is that from another booth?
No, it's in our room. The bar came from our room.
Can you hear any sound in our room now?
Aló, aló. Aló, aló. Hey, Test. Hey, Test.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Before the program starts, I would like to kindly request for the honorable ministers of the first panel to please come and take your seats on the stage. For the panelists, for the esteemed panelists, if I can call them by the name. These are our panelists for the first panel. Okay, I should mention the name. If I can please call them forward to the stage before we commence the program. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Owusu Akoto of Ghana. The Honorable Mrs. Joseph Asako, African Union Commission. Honorable Ali Njai. The Honorable Dr. Abu Karim.
We have two other ministers from the minister from Malawi and from Rwanda and Cote d'Ivoire.
And the Honorable Minister from Norway, Anne Beth Tiverian. So kindly take your seats, and very soon the program will commence. Thank you very much. Wow.
Here, I just spoke to my boss. He said the ministers should sit here. Yeah. He will come up and speak and go back. Then he will come up and speak also. Roy Stella will come up and speak and go back. Yeah. So just call it ministers, and she's in Madam Sako. So all done. Yeah. They will sit down there. Yeah. All the ministers here. The first panel. Just carry on.
No. Before the program starts, we would like to have our distinguished honorables on stage. If I can just call the names once again. The Honorable Josephina Sako on stage, thank you very much. The Honorable Dr. Owusu Akoto of Ghana. Honorable Ali Njai. Honorable Dr. Abu Karim. The Honorable from Norway, Anne Tervenerim. The Honorable Minister from Rwanda, Dr. Gerardine Mukushimana. And last but not least, our Honorable Minister from Cote d'Ivoire. If I can have all of these people on stage, and then we can commence our program. So we'd like to start with an opening video, so please take a look. If I can get the audio team, audio and tech to begin the video, please. Thank you.
Every day in Africa, millions of women work hard to find what they need to feed.
2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. It is so nice to see you all. Is this one working? Okay, thank you. So I put this down. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Can I get some feedback? Good morning, good morning. Thank you. Good morning. It is so nice to have you all, so many beautiful faces joining us on a Saturday morning. And indeed, it is a very beautiful Saturday morning here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. My name is Chika Odua. I am, in fact, a journalist. So normally in my day job, I am in the field. I don't look anything like this. I'm dirty in the field. I'm talking to the likes of Boko Haram insurgents. I'm talking to human traffickers. I'm talking to sea pirates. I'm talking to activists who are creating change in their communities. But every once in a while, I get to put on fancy clothes and attend such gatherings like this one. So it really is an honor to be here with you all. So welcome once again, distinguished members of the audience, honorables, ministers, members of the press, my colleagues. It is such an honor to have you all here. This program, I've actually been looking quite forward to it. I think this is one of the most anticipated programs, for me at least, here at COP27. This program is all about building resilience in Africa's food systems, especially the financing. The financing is key. We really have to get the financing right. So we're going to have two panels, distinguished panels, and they're going to explore how we can tap into some of the financing that is available for African systems to build resilience. So right now we have to ensure that African food systems can adapt to the very real realities of climate change and other shocks. I'm sure many of you are very well aware of these shocks. Some of these shocks include the war in Ukraine. Some of these shocks include inflation, the rising cost of borrowing money, the rising cost of living. We can all speak to these points. I'd like to share some of the interventions that the African Development Bank has put into place to respond to some of these shocks. And some of these were mentioned actually in the introduction video, but I'd like to highlight them once again. The African Development Bank has established the African Emergency Food Production Facility to assist millions of farmers all over the continent. The bank has a new mission. It's called Mission 1 for 200, and this will be launched next year in Dakar, Senegal, January of next year, as a matter of fact. But of course, climate change is the most pervasive threat to African food systems. We're very much aware of this. We have all seen how climate change has impacted our own communities, right, firsthand. I come from a fishing community in southern Nigeria. We do a lot of fishing and farming. And my entire hometown has been submerged underwater the past 2 months as the River Niger has flooded my entire hometown. And just now, the waters are finally receding, just finally. So we all know the firsthand effects. You and I, we know what it means truly to bear the brunt of climate change. So throughout this program, for about 90 minutes or so, try to keep it as quick as possible so you can enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon. We're going to talk a bit further about these issues. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Better? Okay. So even despite some of the bad news that we're hearing, we can all remain hopeful. This event is all about preferring solutions. So let's remain hopeful. This event, we want to engage and learn with one another. So at this time, it is my utmost honor to welcome His Excellency, President Dr. Adesina of the African Development Bank. I would like to invite him to enrich this prestigious gathering with opening statement. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers that are here. Thank you for honoring us. Commissioner, thank you for being here. The Vice President of IFAD, all the distinguished people that are here, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, this is a very important meeting because we're talking about the issue of food. And I know people are talking about energy transitions, fuel, and all of that. If you have oil, you have gas. Nobody drinks oil and nobody smokes gas. Everybody eats food. So food is the most important issue to be talking about. When it comes to the case of Africa, Africa actually has 65% of all the arable land left to feed 9 billion people in the world. So what Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. Now the point is, we are not optimizing that potential. We can say we have potential. My friend Roy Stanner here, we've been doing this for a long time, but there's no market for potential. Nobody eats potential. We have to unlock that particular potential. When there was the war in Ukraine, it was not very difficult for me as president of the bank to see that our continent was dependent on Ukraine and Russia for 30 million metric tons of wheat and maize. And so something happened in Ukraine, and then Africa is almost at a risk of a food crisis. And that's why the African Development Bank very quickly launched the Africa Emergency Food Production Facility. What exactly is it that it is doing? It is supporting 20 million farmers to have access to climate-resilient technologies to produce 38 million metric tons of food. That is 8 million metric tons of food than actually Africa loses from its import from Ukraine and Russia. And that value of food is worth roughly $12 billion. I want to thank all the partners that have been supporting us on that. Norway has been a great supporter. Minister Ann-Beth and I talk quite a lot. In fact, she doubled even her contribution towards that facility. You can give it up to her. She's a great champion for agriculture in Africa. Japan put up significant amount of money for us. The United States supported us on fertilizers. We also have Netherlands and others that are supporting us. But that is on the emergency side. Africa needs to unlock fully its potential. And for that, it needs technologies. And what you saw on one of those videos is the power of technologies. We have this platform that's called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, or TAAT. Quickly, it has so far provided for farmers in Africa, 12 million farmers, climate-resilient technologies for wheat, for rice, for maize, all across the countries. But what's most important and most dramatic is what has happened to wheat in Africa. Everybody that knows wheat knows that wheat is a temperate crop. But we've been able to develop and support the development of heat-tolerant wheat varieties. That's wheat that does well under hot environments for Africa. Our environment is hot. And it is producing incredible results. In Ethiopia, we provided them through TAT, which you saw, access to seeds for these varieties. In 2018, they cultivated 5,000 hectares. In 2022, they are cultivating 650,000 hectares. So in 3 years, Ethiopia became totally self-sufficient in wheat for the first time in their history. And next year, they will become a net exporter, exporting to Kenya and to Djibouti, and why not to the rest of Africa. Sudan, anybody here from Sudan? Yeah, in Sudan, we gave those same heat-tolerant varieties to Sudan. They cultivated them in Sudan on over 387,000 hectares. They reduced their wheat import 50% in 3 years. So I know that the technologies exist to feed Africa. I know the platforms to do so is there with TAT to do it at scale. I know the policy support is there to be able to support Africa to do this. But it's not just about crops. It's not just about food. It's how you process the food, how you make sure you add value to the food. And for that, you need to develop new zones. We're developing now what we call special agro-industrial processing zones in Africa. where we put infrastructure in the rural areas, close to where the farmers are, so they can buy the crops from the farmers. They can process the milk. They can develop value chains locally, regionally, and competitively. I would like to thank our partners for that, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, that is co-financing with us, along with the Islamic Development Bank. We just did something in Nigeria for about $532 million. You were there in Nigeria. And you, IFAD and Islamic Development Bank did about $320 million in support of that. So thank you very much for that. But we should do that everywhere in Africa. That is absolutely fundamental for Africa. But then, we are talking climate change. How do we insure our farmers? You know, an American farmer, a European farmer, and I went with Minister Anbert in Norway. I saw farmers in Norway. They're more, you know, they have so much technologies. But an African farmer, when he wakes up in the morning, he has to pray, God, be with me as I go to my farm. You go to that farm, God, I pray there's rain, and God, I pray. You know, I like prayers. But I think we must do the right thing and protect our farmers against the shocks. Europe has it. America has it. Asia has it. We must have facilities that protect them in case there are damages. And that's why we launched what's called the Africa Disaster Risk Insurance Facility. That is insuring countries against catastrophic risk events. And we must get more money. And I want to thank you, Minister Anbert, again for your support towards that facility. Because of that support, we were able to get premiums paid for countries who cannot afford those premiums and have payouts of about $125 million to farmers because of drought or floods or cyclones. To wrap this up, I want to say this. I do not believe that Africa should go anywhere with cap in hand begging for food. No. Africa should produce the food. The low bar, as far as I'm concerned, is for Africa to feed itself. The high bar is for Africa to feed the world. And that's what we must be doing. And to get there, we must have zero hunger in Africa. And that's why we are now planning what is called a Feed Africa Summit in Dakar. That will be 25th to 27th of January. Please do mark your calendars. That we will be doing together with Minister of Norway, with IFAD, with FAO, with World Food Program, with Rockefeller Foundation, Gates Foundation, and all the other players, USAID and everybody else. And it is not another summit. Let me be clear. Not just another summit. If we can do in 3 years, get Sudan, Ethiopia to become self-sufficient, I believe we can make many countries self-sufficient in food in less than 5 years in Africa. And therefore, what we'll be doing in Dakar is what we call Food and Agricultural Development, Delivery Compact. It is a compact that is going to be put under the heads of state. Here is what you need to get to zero hunger in Africa. Seeds and fertilizers, irrigation, financing, infrastructure, and the policy environment. And all of us signed that. It's a compact we owe the people. Development must be done with pride. You cannot develop with pride when you are begging for food. And therefore, we want to make sure that is put under the heads of state, that will have a high-level delivery council over it. Africa must feed itself. Africa must save itself from spending $75 billion a year importing food that it should be exporting. It's time for us to rise together. I am very, very confident that we can do that. I've been around this block for quite some time. Roy, you and I have been here for a long time. I can tell you, I've been Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria for 4 years as well. In all of my professional career, I've never been this enthused, convinced that Africa can feed itself, and this is the time to do it. And after doing it, then everybody must be looking to us, not as a place to be fed, but as a place that feeds the rest of the world. So let's do it. Thank you very much.
That was excellent. Perhaps my biggest takeaway from that remarkable address, sir, we cannot eat potential. We cannot put it on our plates and eat it. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to call on Dr. Roy Steiner of the Rockefeller Foundation to give another set of remarks before we commence our panel. Thank you so much.
Honorable ministers, it's a real pleasure to be here, and of course to be following Keen. It's always hard because he brings such enthusiasm and such vision to this space. He's really said most of what I wanted to say, so I'll just reinforce 4 specific things. One is Africa can feed itself, as Akin said, and that vision is absolutely critical. If you can't imagine it, you can't create it. And I think we have to believe it and move in that direction. Secondly, as Akin said, this takes partnership. It's not going to happen by one entity. Humanity has always progressed when we collaborate, and we have always gone backwards when we fight and when we polarize. And unfortunately, we have these 2 forces in the world right now. There's the forces of disintegration, and we can see them everywhere, but there's also the force of integration, and we need to continue fostering those forces of integration. The third is innovation, and I'm so proud and you know, I want to compliment the African Development Bank for the incredible science and innovation it's been bringing to the table. We need more of that, and we need to bring the latest. You know, one of the things I'm most excited by is the power of renewable energy. Combining that with agriculture, we can bring power and irrigation and mechanization into Africa in a way we've never been able to do before. And that potential has never before existed as it does now because of the mini grids and solar irrigation that's there. We also are understanding ways to bring organic and biological fertility into soil systems. So you don't have to depend so much on some of the outside fertilizer. We still need that, but using organic waste and soil microbial activity to really transform the system. And then fourth, I'll end here, is I think we need the power of love. Ben Okri, a beautiful Nigerian poet, talked about love in the sense of not this wishy-washy feeling, but the love of nature, the love of future generations, and the love of our fellow humanity. It's only when we can really go deep down and express that love that we can create the transformation we want. So thank you, honorable ministers, and thank you, Dr. Adesina.
Thank you very much for that very powerful remark. I like the notes, the Ode to Love, and Ben Okri, one of my favorite writers. Thank you so much for mentioning him. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the first of the 2 distinguished panels. This panel is all about success stories. We want to hear about successful policy interventions that have made some impact in trying to boost resilience on the ground. So we have before you a distinguished array of speakers. I'd like to call them one by one. We have the Honorable Mrs. Josepha Sacco, Commissioner of Agriculture and Rural Development of the African Union Commission. Thank you so much for joining us. We have the Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto from Ghana, Minister of Food and Agriculture. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We have Honorable Ali Ndiaye from Senegal, the Minister of Agriculture. We also have the Minister of Agriculture for Sierra Leone, Dr. Abu Karim. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. It's a pleasure. We also have the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources from Rwanda, Dr. Gerardine Mukushimana. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'd like to invite the Minister from Côte d'Ivoire, if you can just please step forward and take your seat so you can join us. If I can invite the Minister of Agriculture for Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for joining us. And then we also have the Minister of International Development of Norway, the Honorable Anne Beath Tivenerim. Round of applause, please, a round of applause. You know, these days, when you turn on the news, look at the news highlights, a lot of the news that we see is very gloomy. It's all about doom. It's quite depressing. But at this time, we actually want to focus on some success stories. We want to highlight positivity. So I would like to ask each of our speakers to talk about an intervention that they were a part of, something that they were able to see on ground that made some positive impact in their countries. Specifically speaking about policies that led to scaling technologies in your country or was supported by the organization in which you represent. If I can please start with the Honorable Sacco.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Good morning. I think we're still good morning, every one of you. I would like to recognize or acknowledge Dr. Akin Adesina, the president of African Development Bank, my dear brother, honorable ministers on the panel, honorable ministers on the other side. It was off. Yeah. Sorry, apologies for technology, it was not on. So let me also recognize the distinguished participants here, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol duly observed. I would first of all like to thank the African Development Bank for inviting me to participate in this ministerial panel on successful policy intervention for scaling technology. We are here, COP27, and we say it's a COP of action. It's not a COP of meetings. That is why I have the pleasure to share with you what we are doing in African Union. What is our mandate about the transformation of agriculture in the African Union? I'm the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, Sustainable Environment. So I would like to share, because today is the day of agriculture here in this COP27, so I would like to share what we are doing, what is our relevance. We know that we have a flagship program, which is CADEP Malabo, endorsed by our head of state to transform agriculture. So it is on that I'm going to really showcase, because we are here to showcase. We are not here for just conversation. This conversation here is what do you do, and what are the challenges, and how do you go forward? And we know that agriculture is a rain-fed, structure. So that is why it's important that our ministers of agriculture are part of this COP, because it is the sector, the most affected sector on our continent. It is the most affected sector by the impact of climate change. That is why we need really a strong, sustainable, resilient food system. And last year, the Secretary General of the UN called for, we organized our food system summit in parallel, in the margin of the UNGA in New York. So that is why we really need to speed up all this we are doing from one edition to another. COP27 should be accountable for what we do for one COP to another. Otherwise, we go to COP 1000, 2000, and we haven't done anything. We are just doing tourism. With this, let me try to share the experience that we are doing in African Union. So COP27 is taking place at a crucial time when the global food prices are surging, induced by multiple shocks or factors such as climate change, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the COVID-19 pandemic, and all these diseases and insects that we went through in the Horn of Africa, like the cricket, desert cricket, and the fall armyworm. So all these, are really eating the poorest countries on our continent. That is why this year, just on the 10th of October 2022, we convened a high-level conference together with IFRC, FAO, and the African Development Bank to find solution of the lingering problem of this food crisis. Until 2025, Africa is implementing the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, which is our flagship program of the Agenda 2063, the Malabo Declaration, that was adopted by African Union in 2014 with 7 commitments that if we fulfill it, if we really comply, if we implement it, it will build resilient food system on the continent. The 3rd edition of CADEP, Biannual Review Report, was presented this year in February 2022 during the Assembly of Heads of State. And that Biannual Review Report indicates that only one country is on track to meet the Malabo target by 2025. 2025 is the 10 years action plan that we have. It's just 3 years ahead of us. And this country, I commend my dear sister, Minister of Agriculture of Rwanda. The 3 editions we submitted, Rwanda is always the first. But the good news also is that out of these 49 countries that reported for this report, for the third edition, 28 countries are on track. The benchmark was a little bit high, it was 7, but most of the countries, the 28, their score was above 5, which is really encouraging, which is saying that we are working, our ministers are working, our member states are working. Really, it's encouraging to go through accountability. Mutual accountability is the commitment number 7 of CADEP, Malabo flagship program. So I'm really happy that our ministers are here and they have really good lesson to learn from one another. But we ask Rwanda to tell us the secret, because for the 3 editions, they're always first. They're receiving a prime from doing well on CADEP Malabo flagship program. So let me now try to bring out what is our priority after these reports that we came from the CADEP Malabo Declaration. So our priority report, our first priority is, in order to speed up implementation of CADEP, and in response to the recent shocks for Lami worm, desert locust on the Horn of Africa, COVID-19 pandemic, Russia and Ukraine conflict, climate change conflict, we decided to concentrate in Eastern and Southern Africa, so that they can also domesticate their own national investment plan to the CADEP principle, to align it so that we can start monitoring them and seeing that they're really doing some progress. This is the recommendation of the 3rd biannual review report, that we need to domesticate more countries to align their national policies with the continental policy. The second one is the pathway to the African common position to the UN food system. This is our priority, because last year the region, Africa, was the only region that presented a common position, and it was consultative. The ministers are here, they will also share, because each country, they did the national dialogues, with all the stakeholders to find out what are really the challenges, what are the hotspots to bring in this important document. We are not here to invent the wheel exists, and this document was approved by our head of state. So we need to really implement our common position, that we did it with the REX, with NEPAD, with ADB. All of us, we came and we brought, and we presented it during the Food System Summit in New York. So the 3rd priority, it is the priority of African Union CADEP Business Plan 2022-2025. It is all aligned on all this initiative, both that the Egyptian government is presenting on the COP27, and with our theme of the year, which is nutrition, resilient nutrition. We made a lot of focus. We have 47 game changing in this common position. So everything we are saying is already endorsed in an African common position that we presented. This is, our roadmap, so that we go to implementation. So we are very happy. We are very happy that the bank, African Development Bank, is with us, working with us, because immediately after the Russia and the Ukrainian crisis, the African Development Bank joined force with the African Union and the President of the African Union, President Macky Sall, to find solution. And they came out with a very good initiative, which is the initiative of African Emergency Food Production Facility, with an amount of $1.5 billion. We know it's not enough, for the entire continent, but for this sector that is so vulnerable, for our poor farmer, it will make a difference. And this is a very good initiative because we want to produce our own seed. We want to go food sovereignty. We want to have our own food reserve because COVID-19 pandemic lesson learned is that we cannot depend on international market. We need to have our own, and we believe this initiative, this facility will really help Africa to produce its cereals because we have 4 commodities here. It is wheat, it is maize, and soybeans and rice. And we know that Ethiopia is doing, like President Adesina said it rightly, is already producing wheat. And next year, Ethiopia is going to export. So we are going to reinforce the inter-African trade under our FCC, the ASALECAS. So this is very important for us to say that we are working. In a short and medium term, the African Union aims at five key objectives. Increase food production on the continent by focusing on seed sector development, fertilizer and soil health, water management, appropriate mechanization and land tenure. Talking of fertilizer, next year we have the Fertilizer Summit in Dakar, the Fertilizer Summit and Soil Health Summit in Dakar, so that we can see how we can produce our own fertilizer on the continent. The second one is to reduce post-harvest loss by focusing on storage facility and technology and cold storage chain. The third is boost inter-African trade in food and agricultural products with a focus on animal health, plant health, and food safety. The fourth one is increasing investment in climate-smart agriculture, focusing on agricultural research and development, and agriculture extension and advisory services. The fifth is strengthening accountability for action and result with a focus on the utilization of the funding from the CADEP biannual review report on regional and national dialogue to inform action, also support cross-countries learning and sharing the best practices in agricultural transformation. To boost inclusivity, women and youth will be mainstream in all these our priority. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Muito obrigada. Muitas gracias. Shukran.
Thank you. Minister, you forgot my language. Dalu in Igbo. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. We need to add Igbo to that as well. Thank you so much for that rousing address. For the sake of time, I know that the minister from Rwanda has another meeting, so if I can call her forward, please. And if I can just deliver a charge for the ministers, if you can just hone in on one successful strategy. Tell us a story. Also, if you can talk about the hindrances that may be preventing your country from really fast-tracking the road to resilience and how partnerships can be able to manage those hindrances better. So just one very quick story that can really excite us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think that's a tough work to, when we speak of food, when you are told to say just one item, I think it's really difficult. But I think when we are speaking of agriculture and everything, we should be asking ourselves, all of this for what? And once we bring it to the finality of it, which is the human lives, it makes a lot of sense. So we can do millions of things from irrigation, seed, but if it doesn't get to the table and people live out of it, I mean, there is nothing that you have done. But probably I wouldn't go into specificities, but I think my colleagues will be saying it. The pieces of everything is there, but how do you scale them up to have an impact to change lives? That's where I see the challenge. So if we could mobilize the room and the panels to make sure that all of these initiatives that are around are scaled up, that's when we reach the impact and we feed ourselves that Mr. President has mentioned. Otherwise, I think countries are not lacking policies. They are not lacking pieces of implementation on each value chain, but how do you scale them and have impact on lives? That's where the challenge is. So there are many policies that we are implementing all the way from irrigation to agriculture, insurance to nutrition. But again, what I want to say is that also scaling up, it comes with the farmers, the citizens, the private sector, the civil society to reach. So most of the successful policies that we are implementing in Rwanda are those that are having a coalition of all of these players to be able to deliver. So that's what I can say. Otherwise, I cannot go through all of these policies and pick just one. Thank you.
So at this time, I would like to have a more engaging panel format. So we have the two microphones here for our panelists to share. I'd like to first ask for the Honorable Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, if you can just please talk about the most successful intervention in the sector of agriculture and building resilience, the one intervention that you're most proud of, so to speak, if you can just share that with us. Sorry, so we're going to ask if you can just stay seated and just so we can have a dynamic panel. Thank you very much, sir.
Merci. Je voudrais saluer l'intervention du président Avesina, que nous connaissons bien, pour son engagement aux côtés de nos États dans le cadre du développement de nos agricultures. Et moi qui vous parle, je suis un témoin privilégié de ce que son institution fait pour notre pays dans le cadre de la mise en place de nos agropoles. L'agropole du Bélier, financé en partie par la BAD, et aujourd'hui l'agropole Nord, puisque nous avons compris qu'aujourd'hui nous devons produire davantage pour nos différents pays. Et le président a bien raison de dire que nous ne mangeons pas le pétrole, nous ne consommons pas le gaz. Ce que nous consommons, c'est la nourriture. Mais il se trouve que les gens ne s'en souviennent que lorsqu'ils ont faim. La priorité, c'est vrai, c'est la santé. La priorité, c'est vrai, c'est l'école. Mais lorsque vous êtes malade, que vous allez à l'hôpital, qu'on vous prescrit des médicaments, la première des choses, c'est de dire le matin, avant de prendre votre comprimé, vous le faites avant de manger, au petit déjeuner. Au déjeuner, vous prenez un comprimé. Et au dîner également, vous en prenez un. Cela veut dire que la nourriture gouverne le monde. Malheureusement, nous avons tendance à ne pas lui accorder une grande importance. C'est pour cela que dans le cadre de ces séances de travail, nous devons mettre l'accent sur le financement de nos agricultures qui est une priorité. L'école est une priorité, mais l'enfant qui va à l'école, qui ne trouve rien à manger, connaît beaucoup de difficultés. Donc nous devons également produire pour que les enfants qui vont à l'école puissent trouver de quoi manger. Parce que quand vous ne pouvez pas manger, on dit vous êtes malade. Dès que vous commencez à manger, on dit vous êtes guéri. Donc la nourriture, c'est le premier médicament de l'homme. C'est pour cela qu'aujourd'hui, nous devons nous accorder à trouver la solution à nos problèmes avec les catastrophes diverses constatées ça et là. En ce qui concerne par exemple les sécheresses, il y a aussi les inondations partout. Le monde est fait de perpétuels contrastes. Au moment où ailleurs on parle de sécheresse, dans d'autres pays on parle d'inondation. Qu'est-ce que nous devons faire? Trouver des moyens pour faire des irrigations, pour produire. En Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, nous sommes le premier pays producteur de cacao, avec 2 200 000 tonnes. Mais nous exportons ce que nous produisons et nous importons ce que nous consommons. Ce n'est pas normal. Quand vous prenez la noix de cajou, nous en sommes premiers producteurs, mais nous exportons la totalité de ce que nous-mêmes nous produisons. Et en ce qui concerne ce que nous consommons, nous sommes des importateurs. Il faut renverser la tendance. C'est pour cela, dans le cadre de cette crise avec l'Ukraine et la Russie, nous avons compris qu'il faut une adaptation de nos agricultures qui tiennent compte de nos réalités, produire localement, assurer notre souveraineté alimentaire. Et je crois que je suis d'avis avec le président de la BAD lorsqu'il nous demande désormais de nous tourner vers nos propres productions. Nous avons compris avec la crise en Ukraine que le manioc intervient dans la confection du pain. Et nous sommes en train de produire du manioc pour en faire de la farine qui va contribuer à la fabrication du pain. Nous avons compris qu'avec le maïs, nous pouvons avoir de la farine qui peut également contribuer à la confection de pain. Et les exemples sont nombreux. Il faut qu'aujourd'hui l'Afrique tienne compte de ses potentialités parce que nous avons la chance d'avoir des rivières, des fleuves, des lacs, des barrages, des bas-fonds partout. Mais pourquoi ne pouvons-nous pas nous-mêmes produire notre propre consommation? Pourquoi avons-nous besoin de faire venir du riz d'ailleurs alors que nous avons des terres riches pour produire du riz? Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons besoin d'être financés. Le véritable problème, c'est le financement. Il faut que les gens comprennent que l'agriculture mérite d'être financée. Et donc, nous conformer aux exigences de Malabo, qui demandent que 10% de nos budgets soient vraiment investis dans l'agriculture. Et comme Monsieur le Président est là, je viens de voir mon frère de la Banque mondiale pour également les interventions au niveau de nos différents pays, parce que la Banque mondiale aujourd'hui est en train de nous soutenir dans notre politique de production vivrière, et je voudrais donc la saluer. Je voudrais saluer la BAD qui également intervient pour nous. Je crois que le temps d'un panel ne nous permet pas d'entrer en profondeur des choses, mais ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est que nous devons être désormais souverains au niveau de nos pays dans le cadre donc de la lutte contre l'insécurité alimentaire. Et la meilleure façon de le faire, c'est de trouver des financements. Merci donc d'être avec nous dans le cadre de ce financement. Et je crois que si vous le faites, nos pays ne peuvent que s'en trouver heureux. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. We all know that cocoa and cashews are very important to the economy of your country, and we want to make sure that that stays. Thank you for those comments. I'd now like to turn to Ghana, because Ghana has made some headway in providing more access for farmers to reach fertilizers and seeds. So if we can ask the Honorable Minister, if you can speak more to this point, access for farmers to get better yields of crops, fertilizers, and seeds, please. If you can just share a success story. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The success story of Ghana begins with some statistics. In terms of the growth rate of the sector in the last 3 years. In 2019, agricultural sector grew by 4.5% in Ghana. 2020, in the eye of the storm of the COVID, agricultural sector grew by 7.4%. And last year, 2021, that growth went up to 8.4%, the highest in about 30 years. So with all the global disturbances and so on, the agricultural sector in Ghana has performed very well, to the extent that from only 18% of Ghana's GDP, because the agricultural sector has grown far higher than the other sectors, the share of agriculture in the economy of Ghana has picked up from 18% to 22% last year. And we expect this to be maintained this year. How did this come about? It comes about through policy. That from 2017, when the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into office, we adopted what we call Planting for Food and Jobs, which is a label for all the policies that the government has been pursuing. And it's based on targeting smallholder agriculture, because smallholder agriculture in Ghana still produces over 85% of agricultural output. And why the target was that the productivity of this sector, one of the lowest in West Africa, I would say one of the lowest in the world. In terms of yields per hectare, all across the board. I mean, you're talking about food crops, tree crops, the yields were very low. So we decided that we would target a smallholder agriculture with seed, improved seed and fertilizer. And we've succeeded in doing that. 8 kilograms per hectare was the application of fertilizer in 2016. We've managed to bring it up to 25 kilograms per hectare as of last year, which is still only half the ECOWAS heads of state target of 50 kilograms per hectare compared to the world average of 130 kilograms. But we are making progress from 8 kilograms per hectare to 25 kilograms per hectare in 5 years. Is quite commendable. When it comes to seed, it's even better. We were able to distribute 4,400 metric tons of improved seed of grains in 2017. Last year, we reached nearly 40,000 metric tons of improved seed to smallholder agriculture. So you can see that we are changing the technology in the smallholder farmer, and it's showing in the yields of maize, rice, soya, and the other basic crops have been going up substantially in that period, which means that we are now producing a surplus. In fact, the government of Ghana has had to put a bar on how much of the grains can be shipped out across our borders to our neighbors, because otherwise our livestock sector was in danger. And that shows you we're getting trucks all the way from Kano in Nigeria, from Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, coming into Ghana to pick the surpluses. But we want to control that because we need to take care of our livestock industry. So that's the kind of success that we have. Nestling in this is the African Development Bank project, which is SAPIP in the northern sector, where we are encouraging small, medium-sized farmers to turn into commercial farmers. So this facility, this intervention has worked very, very well. It was a pilot with $35 million from the African Development Bank. Now the pilot is over. It's been a runaway success. We've gone back and we are trying to get more financing from the African Development Bank. And I see that the president is here, and I want to use this platform to ensure that additional resources are made available to us.
Thank you so much. If I can just piggyback off of what you mentioned, you talked about yield going up. Food prices are also going up. And according to the World Bank, Ghana now has the highest food prices in sub-Saharan Africa. What kind of interventions would you like to see from the international community to help you to mitigate this very real reality?
We don't need international community.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, just as I left Accra three days ago to come here, we started a policy. See, you go to the producing areas, there's abundance of food, prices are low. When you come to the urban areas, that's where the problem is. And we calculate that the food prices in the producing areas is only 1/3 the food prices in the big towns like Accra, Kumasi, and so on. So we are tackling the problem. Somebody is making supernormal profits. Because if you allow for transport in spite of the fuel price increases and everything, you find that, for instance, a tuber of yam should be selling at 7-8 Ghana cedis in Accra. And yes, it's selling for 30 cedis. Obviously, there's something funny going on. So we have arranged for trucks to go to the producing areas using the same traders to bring these products into Accra. In fact, yesterday night on the premises of the ministry, we were retailing plantain for 1/3 the price that they get in the local market. And the place was swarmed with people who want to take advantage. It's only a pilot, it's succeeding. We are going to make sure that we extend this throughout the country so that we can link the producing area directly to the retailer in the big towns.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone. Can you top this success story from Ghana?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
His Excellency, President Adesina, thanks very much for this wonderful gathering that you've put together. And I want to also appreciate the donors, particularly for the support they're giving us. In line to the question that you actually posed to us, for us, as a country, what we did, immediately we took over, through His Excellency the President, was also develop what we refer to as a policy shift, and really moving away from the traditional way of doing agriculture. And what that meant was that we decided to take mechanization as one of the key components to help. Just to give you a small statistics, Sierra Leone has about 5.3 million hectares of arable land, of which less than 15% have been utilized. And those days have gone where we have to depend on hoes and cutlasses. And therefore, the only way we could do that was really to put more lowland under cultivation. And we cannot do that if we depend on manual labor. Therefore, His Excellency took the bold step for us to procure machines and distributed that into all the 15 agricultural districts in the form of machinery, bringing in the private sector to actually manage them on a public-private partnership with the government. What that meant was that the focus is really bringing in the private sector, and for that, a credit facility was also provided to help them because we had a very weak private sector. And what that meant was that there was availability or at least access to some level of financing at single-digit interest rate, which is where the challenge is. Because access to finance is really very key, and that has been one of the biggest hurdles for our farmers in order to be able to leverage on it. What that meant was that as at 2020, at the height of COVID, when we started it initially, there was an increase in rice production of about 12%. By 2021, we had an increase of about 24.7%, which shows that, and that meant as at 2019, it was about 500,000 odd metric ton produced. As at 2021, it's about 912,000 metric ton. So what that shows is that if we're able to put more lowland under cultivation and have the requisite financing to support the private sector, we'll be able to actually improve on our productivity. So the case really for us is more financing, green financing to support agricultural productivity, and really investment in irrigation, because we have one of the best ecologies, about 4 key ecologies, which President Adesina is no stranger to in Sierra Leone because he did part of his studies there. We have the Boliland, riverine area, mangroves, and the inland valley swamps. So we have what it takes. But without irrigation, it's going to be really difficult because with irrigation we can produce 2-3 times a year. So 2 things for me as a takeover, take home here is that focus on green financing to support things like irrigation and also bring in private sector. One of the other things that we did was actually to bring in innovation, but that's really very key. And for the first time, we've actually established few platforms, the e-voucher platform through which farmers can now access their inputs through a subsidy program. And also, we've also developed an agricultural market information system plus an advisory system through which farmers can actually access information in their local languages on the various agricultural practices.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So we're hearing that Ghana has increased yield. That's excellent. We've also heard Sierra Leone increase mechanization of farming. Now let's go to Senegal to hear some of the success stories. Sir, if you can enlighten us with some of the positivity happening in your sector in Senegal. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
So you can take your seat. I think it's okay.
I think that what I have to say, I would say it when I'm...
Excellent. No problem.
When I'm standing. Mr. President, good morning. Good morning to all the distinguished ministers here and distinguished guests. I would like to speak in English, but I'm going to do it in French, because in French, I will tell you what I really feel. And I can tell you that I'm going to change the speech I wanted to say when I came here, because what you have said is going to change what I'm going to say. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'ai été très touché par votre discours, parce que vous avez un discours qui a été très agressif. Et c'est bien, parce que vous avez compris, peut-être moi, ce que j'avais déjà. Je me rappelle bien quand j'étais jeune banquier, il y a à peu près 20 ans, quand je venais dans une banque qui finançait l'habitat, j'ai dit il faut qu'on change, parce que le besoin il est là. Et j'ai compris très tôt que la banque ne fait de l'argent que quand elle finance. Donc il faut que les banques soient moins conservatrices. Ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure, ça montre votre engagement à accompagner l'agriculture. Vous avez accompagné le Sénégal comme beaucoup d'autres pays depuis que vous êtes à la tête de cette institution. Mais cet engagement que vous avez pris me réconforte. Et je vais y aller droit au but. D'abord, Dakar 2 aura lieu en janvier. Nous en profiterons pour inviter tous nos collègues ministres de l'Agriculture, parce que certainement, à l'issue de cette rencontre, des décisions importantes seront prises pour des investissements dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Monsieur le Président, depuis 2012, le président Macky Sall, à la tête du Sénégal, a fait beaucoup d'innovations dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Premièrement, lorsqu'il venait d'arriver, le ministère de l'Agriculture s'appelait tout simplement ministère de l'Agriculture. Il a compris très tôt qu'on ne peut pas développer l'agriculture si nous n'avons pas de la mécanisation. En 2012, il a changé le titre pour l'appeler ministère de l'Agriculture et de l'Équipement rural. En 10 ans, nous avons eu plus de 1600 tracteurs subventionnés très fortement, des fois même à 60% et mis à la disposition des agriculteurs, des moissonneuses et toutes sortes de matériel qui nous a permis de plus que doubler pratiquement toutes les productions, notamment de céréales. Il y a 2 mois, j'ai été nommé ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Équipement rural et de la souveraineté alimentaire. Cela veut dire qu'il a également compris que nous devons prendre encore davantage notre destinée en main pour atteindre ces objectifs dont vous avez parlé tout à l'heure. Cela ne doit pas être difficile de réaliser ces autosuffisances dont vous avez parlé, notamment dans le domaine des céréales. Nous avons déjà fait des preuves et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ce qu'il nous manque, c'est l'accompagnement sur le plan financier. Monsieur le Président, je vous donne quelques cas concrets. Au Sénégal, nous attendons cette année près de 1 400 000 tonnes de riz paddy. Cette année, c'est pratiquement l'équivalent de ce que nous avons importé. Pourtant, au Sénégal, d'abord, la science a permis à nos chercheurs de développer d'abord des variétés de riz aujourd'hui qui s'adaptent dans le milieu où il ne pleut pas beaucoup. Le riz pluvial est devenu 60% de notre production de riz au Sénégal. Le riz irrigué, qui constitue les 40%, malgré notre très grand avantage, parce que nous avons plus de 300 000 hectares qu'on peut aménager et pour lesquels nous n'avons aménagé qu'à peine un tiers. Nous avons également développé des variétés de riz, non seulement qui s'adaptent à peu de pluie, mais qui également, aujourd'hui, ont prouvé de très bons rendements allant de 10 à 12 tonnes l'hectare. Ça veut dire que le riz, pour lequel nous sommes à 1 400 500 000 tonnes de production, nous pouvons, dans les 2 ans, voire 3 ans à venir, être autosuffisants en riz. Monsieur le Président, je parle du maïs. Au Sénégal, cette année, nous allons produire 800 000 tonnes de maïs. Nous avons importé près de 300 000 tonnes de maïs. Importé. Et tout le monde sait le rôle du maïs aujourd'hui, ne serait-ce que d'abord pour l'aliment, ensuite pour l'aliment de bétail. Nous avons la possibilité au Sénégal, rien que pour le prochain hivernage, avec 60 000 hectares de plus aménagés, d'être autosuffisants en maïs. C'est juste des investissements que ça demande sur le plan de la mécanisation, sur le plan de la fertilisation. Ce n'est pas compliqué, on peut l'atteindre. Monsieur le Président, quand vous serez au Sénégal, Dakar 2, quand vous serez au Sénégal, Dakar 2, nous aimerions bien que vous visitez un champ expérimental de blé. Parce que le Président m'a chargé d'en faire. Parce que cette année, nous avons importé 600 000 tonnes de blé. Parce que les Sénégalais aujourd'hui, comme beaucoup d'Africains, ne peuvent plus se passer du pain avec du blé. J'ai pris la décision de dire, Monsieur le Président, moi je vais faire, certes, le champ expérimental, mais j'ai amené le directeur de l'ISRA dans cette mission pour qu'on retourne au Sénégal avec des semences de blé, parce que nous avons des candidats, nous avons de la terre, nous avons, comment dirais-je, la possibilité d'avoir, au moins pour cette première année, 500 hectares que nous voulons essayer pour le blé. Nous avons pris des décisions fortes pour répondre. Aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qu'il nous faut? Vous avez dit tout à l'heure, nous sommes tous d'accord. On a un fort potentiel, mais nous avons besoin de financement. Si nous sommes accompagnés dans les financements pour les aménagements, je ne parle même pas, moi, d'importation d'engrais, parce que nous avons suffisamment de phosphate au Sénégal et bientôt nous aurons du gaz pour pouvoir faire de l'urée et faire l'engrais dont nous avons besoin. Donc, nous pouvons aujourd'hui, pour ces spéculations que nous choisirons, que ce soit le riz, que ce soit le maïs, que ce soit le blé, que ce soit le manioc dont le ministre de la Côte d'Ivoire a parlé tout à l'heure, produire suffisamment pour nous nourrir, voire même exporter. Nous devons changer la donne et faire de sorte que nos pays, avec ce potentiel que nous connaissons, exportent au lieu d'importer. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for that arousing presentation. So rice and maize production is on the rise in Senegal. Last but not least, I'd like to ask our delegate from Norway to talk about how your organization is helping African farmers. If you can mention the one intervention that you're most proud of. Thank you.
I will deliver on your request, moderator. First of all, it's such an honor to sit here in this panel with distinguished ministers of agriculture, and not only is it an honor, it's fun. And with Commissioner Sacco and the president of the African Development Bank, we've had many good discussions on agriculture, and this is really a panel for nerds, and I like that. I'm going to give you one example of many, but it illustrates very well how I think we need to approach this challenge of food sovereignty in Africa bottom up. I visited Malawi a few months ago together with the president of IFAD, actually, the then president, Mr. Hongbo. And the Norwegian Investment Fund for Development, Norfund, has invested in the Lilongwe dairy. Malawi used to import almost all its dairy products from South Africa and other countries. Hardly any production local whatsoever. With investments, the Lilongwe dairy have taken over almost the whole market share for dairy production in Malawi, creating thousands of jobs. But not only that, they have given 10,000 dairy farmers with an average of 1 cow a secure minimum income, a secure a minimum price for delivering their milk, which has really set the wheels moving. And I was absolutely, I was so inspired to see what they had achieved and the security that it gave those dairy farmers to invest and scale up their production. But I'm going to give you an example of where the dots weren't connected, because Mr. Hongbo and I also visited another community just down the road, about an hour from Lilongwe. They had a road. They had received extension services to scale up their production. They were very happy about that. But they were not able to deliver to Lilongwe Dairy because they did not have the cold chains. They needed that generator. And that's, you know, yesterday we had a panel in this very same spot, and President Adesina was talking about the baobab tree, how, you know, we need to pull all the resources together. And I was thinking, you know, if we just got those investments in renewable energy to that community, so little, then we could, you know, so we have to pull all the resources together. And I think maybe that is why it has taken a while to get food systems and food, you know, the agricultural sector up on the agenda of the COP, because it's very, very complex to scale it up. It's much more complex than delivering on renewable energy, because then we have the technology, we can scale it up. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's not as complex as the agricultural sector. But I was so inspired to hear both Joseph Asako and the minister from Ghana, from Côte d'Ivoire, mentioning food sovereignty. And that is quite new, that we dare to address that issue. It is absolutely a scandal that Africa is not feeding its own continent, importing $56 billion US dollar worth of foodstuffs. We have the technology, we know what to do, we just need to get the investments out there. And that is what my organization, my country, is very committed to delivering on, together with IFAD, together with the African Development Bank. Really appreciate the initiatives that have come. I'm hoping to get invited to Dakar. And thank you, I will be there. And I am putting forward a strategy in Norwegian development assistance in just a few weeks now, focusing especially on smallholder farmers and the value chains, because we have to do it all at the same time, otherwise it's not going to work. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. That brings to an end our distinguished panel. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. After this photo op, we'll head to the second panel. Thank you for your patience. Please stay with us. We have another panel, if I can indulge in your patience a bit further. I think so. Do you have a card on you right now? I'm definitely not going to force for your coming here. If we can kindly clear the stage so that we can begin the next panel. If we can kindly clear the stage for the next panel, ladies and gentlemen. So, if we can kindly clear the stage, we have another panel. I'd like to call forward the members of the second panel, please. If you can take your seats on the stage. So now if we can go quickly to the next panel. I know that we don't have much time. Just 15 minutes left. Please, if you could indulge us with your patience, just 15 more minutes. So the members of this panel, we have Mr. Ambroise Fayolet from the European Investment Bank. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you. And from IFAD, we have Catherine Megan. She's the Associate Vice President of the General Counsel of IFAD. Catherine Megan, if she can come forward, please, for the second panel. Catherine Megan. Then we have Ms. Carol Welch. She's the Director for Strategy, Planning, and Management and Chief of Staff at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Mr. Stig Traviki, the Director of Climate and Environment for NORAD. That's the Norwegian Government Agency for Development. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We have Mr. Jack Kane, the CEO of Intervale Geneva, joining us. Last but not least, we have Dr. Anthony Nyong, the Senior Director for the Global Center on Adaptation. Dr. Anthony Nyong. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. So this panel is very important. We'll keep it quite brief. I know that you all are pressed for time, but this panel is so important. Now that you all have heard the success stories and some of the challenges from our country partners, we need to hear from the development and donors, this community, because they are also part of the solution with trying to build Africa's food resilience. It's going to take innovative finances. It's also going to take visionary leadership. So I'd like to ask each of our panelists about proposals for the future. If you can think of something that you can propose to our African country partners, especially looking ahead of Dakar next year. So I'd like to start with the delegate from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. If you could just talk into it, I think it should be on already. Yes? No? Okay.
I think now it's on. Great. First, I'm very grateful to be here. So just to extend my thanks for the invitation. One thing that the Gates Foundation did this week was actually announce our own commitment to increase our funding for climate adaptation in agriculture over the next 4 years. So we announced a commitment of $1.4 billion over the next 4 years. 434 million of that is new and additional funding. And 2/3 of that is in the area of innovation. And so kind of looping back to the first part of the session today where we really talked about TAT and technologies for transforming agriculture, that is something that we will be investing quite heavily in. Things like new seeds that you heard about, the drought-resistant seeds, but also really looking at things like the power of big data to have sharper, more refined modeling, so you can have more accurate weather insurance, bundle services to farmers, target farmers with more appropriate advice and technology and staple crops. And the third component of our funding actually will support African voices to have stronger capacity to engage in these debates. Because Africa is so impacted by climate change, we really think it's critical that African leaders, researchers, civil society activists are empowered to really be advocating for Africa's priorities at this COP and at future COPs. So that's just a few highlights of some of the contributions we hope to make.
I like what you said about African voices. Can you speak further to that point on exactly how you're empowering these voices, and specifically which African voices, which regions?
Sure.
Thank you.
So a couple examples of new grants. We're supporting AGNES, the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support. As we look at the COPs, you see rich countries with delegations of over 100 people, and you have African countries with 4 people in their delegations. And so AGNES really provides targeted scientific support to delegations to help them in the negotiations. Another example is the African Adaptation Initiative that we're supporting. So those are kind of 2 recent examples of new support that we've been providing. And also PACJA, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, so more on the civil society side. PACJA is one of our flagship investments there.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to find out from IFAD, if you can just piggyback off of what she just said, supporting innovative technologies, scaling those technologies further, and again, empowering African voices. Thank you so much for mentioning that. It's very important.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be with you all here today. Africa is not only the breadbasket of the world. Africa can absolutely feed itself, and Africa can feed the world. Just a week and a half ago, I was in Abuja at a high-level launch of the Special Agri-Industrial Processing Zones, the SAPZ, which President Adesina mentioned, along with the President of the Islamic Development Bank. And I think that this is a model that is successful and incredibly powerful that can be scaled up across Africa. And basically what this does is bring together, like the baobab tree that we spoke about in remarks earlier, the governments, the private sector, the small-scale agri-entrepreneurs, small-scale farmers, to together create special zones for agro-industrial processing. Now, in Nigeria, for example, in 2014, we worked with one of our, this is called the 4P model, public-private producer partnerships. And the producers are the small-scale farmers. Those are the people at the center of this partnership, and they are the voices at the center. So it's basically an idea of bringing together small-scale farmers who account for more than half of the farming across Africa, which, as we all know, has vast swaths of uncultivated land. About 60% of very arable yet uncultivated land globally is in Africa. So we know the potential is here, the land is here, the youth are here. Africa has a very young, vibrant population to whom we have to help understand that agriculture is also a business, that there are opportunities to be agri-entrepreneurs. And so the 4P model, bringing together governments who create special zones in their countries where they will have land allocated to this with better tax rates as well as policies, together with the producers who are at the center. They're the small-scale farmers who IFAD supports in partnership with AFDB, Islamic Bank, and others, to be really at the center of having better models, technology, mechanization, drought-resistant seeds, small-scale irrigation, etc., and who can also band together so that instead of one small farmer, we have a large group of farmers working together with the private sector. The private sector is a critical component of the 4P model. You can have government, you can have producers, but the private sector is critical for the sustainability of agro-industrial processing in Africa. They're often the off-takers, the one who purchase the food. And by cutting out the middlemen in terms of the purchase price, having the cooperatives work directly with off-takers to purchase the food, the farmers know that they have a guaranteed buyer for their food. And the price is often determined by the farmers themselves in a cooperative model, so that they also have trust in the price. And we have also important types of technology coming together, both from partners like IFAD as well as from the private sector, on how to really bring the food up the value chain so that the farmers can get the highest price possible for their crops. This type of 4P model in special agri-industrial processing zones, or SAPZs, which has just been launched in Nigeria, is a model that I see that can absolutely scale up agro-industrial production and processing across Africa. I'm confident that Africa can feed itself, and I'm confident that Africa can feed the world. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I heard you mention agro-industrial processing, private sector development, and value chains. I'd like to ask if I can get Mr. Kane, the CEO of Intervale Geneva, to speak to these points as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And it was really a great pleasure to listen to you right now, indicating the role that the private sector has in this initiative. I'd like to quote President Adesina earlier. He has talked about restoring the Africa dignity. This is how I'd like to quote him. This continent since 2008 has been receiving shocks. 2008, 2009, when within 3 months, India, Thailand, Brazil put a ban on export. And you had all our heads of states writing around the world and asking for relief, for some rice to come out of the country to reach the destination. It was shocking. Again, COVID came, another shock. And again, Ukraine, Russia, another shock. And it's really a pity because we have the biggest asset of all. And I'm not the kind of person who will talk about that we have sun, we have water. No. What we need is one thing, and I apologize, I'm a private sector. The thing that we need today is to secure our markets. When you have a market, the whole value chain can be financed. Is it normal that our farmers in Africa, when they have finished producing, they don't know what is their market? Is it happening in France? Is it happening in the US with the cotton? Is it happening in Vietnam with the rice importers? No, it's not happening because these guys can produce and they have a ready market. So I think what needs to happen, and I'm so happy to see that this conference, and I quote President Adesina, this conference in end of December is not going to be just another conference. It has to be delivering on the compacts. It's about time that our governments also prepare very well the projects with economic and financial return. It's not just about begging for infrastructure. Infrastructure is massive cost that can be financed only for projects who have their own financial profitability. So what I think is important is that the financial institution, our Africa Development Bank as a DFI in partnership with other DFIs, and I would like to difference the one like IFAD, World Bank, who are financial institutions, and making the difference with the others that are operating, helping to implement the FAO, the WFP, but also the commercial banks in country that can partner with the development partners to de-risk their financing. But ultimately, it's still about the market. I won't be too long to say that I'm a former trader. I used to send 1 million tons of rice yearly into Africa.
Why did you stop?
Because 2008, 2009 was a shock. We could not continue to do these kind of things. It's about producing. And I would say in the last 6-7 years, our journey was in the partnership with the ECOWAS Commission, with the partnership of 7-8 of the ministers and ministers of agriculture present here, to help them structure, articulate the rice value chain. But as there's progress, then are shocks coming. The minister of Ghana here, Afria Koto, has been doing a fantastic job with the PFG. Fantastic. With results that have been so impressive. And suddenly, the fertilizer crisis comes, and then 10% or 15% of the fertilizer that was supposed to come in are in country. What about the balance? So the impact is there. So let's work to absorb the shocks and to the philanthropics. I think the role is for you to help and seed, help to de-risk, to align very well with the other DFIs, so that each actor can play his role. But this has to be done around the private sector, and in the middle, at the heart of this private sector, is our smallholders, our in-growers. Commercial big farming does not work in Africa.
But you've also mentioned banks. I'd like to now invite the VP of the European Investment Banks. How can we strengthen the value chain in agricultural food systems, Africa's food systems, strengthening value chains?
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation, actually. Indeed, I am a banker.
Yes, you are.
But from a public bank.
Sure.
And a public bank has a mandate that is different from a commercial bank. And our mandate is to develop and to increase and to scale up projects that help Africans in the production of food, of staples, etc. And what we have done, we are not a big bank that is present in Africa, but we have big means. And I would like to say three things. What we need to do is to scale up. What we need to do is to work more with African institutions, African financial institutions. And what we need to do is to use as much as we can, actually, to come back to your point, what we call in our jargon the blending, which is how do we mix loan resources that are at low cost but still you need to pay back, with grants and guarantees and all the instruments that allow to de-risk. And this is what we are trying to do. So let me just give you a few examples of what we do, and that is indeed for the value chain. This is also for research. I mean, there was an interesting example about seeds earlier. We finance also research for adaptation. You need to adapt to the fact that climate is changing.
But you mentioned your bank is not on ground in Africa as of yet.
No, for that we need partners. So what we do, for example, is we have signed a loan for gender and blue economy in Tanzania, 350 million euros this year, to support sectors including fisheries with a focus on gender equality. We are going to sign on Monday a big loan with IFAD, again for climate resilience, and they have the means to develop that. We have signed a big loans with financial institutions in Malawi, in Zambia, to help them finance either SMEs or farmers. So intermediate loans is also a way for us to support Africa. And finally, we finance funds because there are equity funds which are investing in Africa. And the interesting thing with funds is that you can have a high leverage. And leverage is also what we need to look at with public money. What you can hope is that you will get a lot of private financing because you have the support from the public financing. So all in all, I think what we see is that there is more financing for food in Africa. There are more financing, especially for adaptation. And the needs are big, so we need to do more. I know
Sure.
that.
Thank you so much for that. I'd like to turn to our delegate from Norway, been such a huge partner for work in Africa. As your minister spoke earlier, what future partnerships can we look forward to, especially going forward as we launch our big summit in Dakar next year?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chika, and to all the organizers of this really good event. I think it's fantastic. Yeah? We're at a COP, we have a full room, and now we're only bureaucrats speaking even, and you see people are still here. I still see several ministers here, so thank you for being here. I think the minister from Ghana and my friend Ms. Ken here put their finger on a spot which I want to expand a little bit on, and that is how to connect the smallholder to the market. I think that is really where we need to focus our attention going forward. I think we need to stop sort of thinking that the way the African farmer farms is the problem. There has been zero investment in smallholder farmers for 150 years. So of course, without investment, there's no productivity gain. If we now start investing, there will be productivity gains. As several countries have now demonstrated, they can do it. And it's about getting finance to go where it won't yet go. And I think, as several here touched on, it's about being smart about how we de-risk. How can we, as funders, make it attractive for local banks to lend money to agripreneurs, to young people who want to create a business in a value chain where they buy at a fair price from a local farmer and create value out of the product, thereby also leading to food sovereignty and all the other good things we want to see. So this year we're going to work really hard on finding ways, together with others, to crack that nut. How do we get finance to the smallholders, to the aggregators, to the cooperatives? And I would like to launch one sort of last thought here. We've been talking about innovation. I think one area where we need more innovation is in the space of aggregation of cooperatives, the social tech of making this work well. This is where I would like to see innovation. We will try to support that. Thank you.
And that's a great segue for Dr. Anthony Young, Innovation and Coalitions. Can you just speak to this point, how to build stronger coalitions across Africa? You have the final word, sir, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Martins Fregene to close us out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Let me give you a few statistics. Africa contributes 3% to global emissions, accesses 3% of finance, and the private sector contributes just 3% of that. So there's something Africa loves about the number 3, you know. And then, so we've established the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, another 3, to be able to fill this gap, mobilize about $25 billion over 5 years to address issues that are important to Africa in adaptation, because we're not getting enough of that. And one of the priorities is agriculture. And we believe that in doing this, the gap there is in digital solutions. President Adesina talked about that. That's where our focus is on. How do we strengthen the use of climate-enabled digital solutions? And doing this, we can't do it alone. There's so many duplications going on. How do we identify other players working on this to be able to improve access to smallholder farmers of these technologies? So I think I'll stop here for now. That there's a lot going on the continent. Thus far, we have been able to, in 18 months of existence, we've been able to influence about 3 billion worth of adaptation initiatives on the African continent, and we can do more with stronger partnerships across the continent.
Thank you so much, Doctor. A round of applause to these esteemed panelists. This was excellent. Thank you so much for these insights. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to hand over to Mr. Martins Fregene to give our closing remarks. This was such an honor. I hope that this was as insightful for you all as it was for me. Please welcome Mr. Fregene forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chika. That was a great job. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very, for me, exciting panel. I'll just run through very quickly some of the key things we heard and then make a few statements at the end. We heard from the president of the African Development Bank. He said clearly, food is the most important commodity we all eat. He also said food is a human right. The low bar for Africa is to feed itself. The high bar is to join the big granaries of the world. We heard from the honorable ministers, from the presidents, and from the Rockefeller Foundation that innovations, climate-adapted varieties, spatial solutions, we have from the VP of IFAD, of primary and secondary processing, linkage of farmers to markets, innovations. But we need to go to scale. We heard that very clearly also from the Minister of Senegal, Honorable Minister of Senegal. We have to go to scale. But we had good success stories of going to scale. Honorable Minister Owusu of Ghana told us the excellent stories, achievements there. Honorable Minister of Sierra Leone told us excellent stories from Sierra Leone. We also had Dr. Adesina talked about TAT in Ethiopia. Innovations are going to scale, and we indeed can replicate all this across the continent. But we also heard from my good friend Jack. He said we must secure the market for our farmers. Enough of African farmers having to struggle, produce, but there's no market to sell it. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture of Cote d'Ivoire said we need financing. Financing, and the Gates Foundation, thank you so much for your excellent new investments in adapting African agriculture to climate change. But I have to conclude by saying, never let a crisis go to waste. The current crisis of COVID, of climate change, of crisis in Ukraine is a strong opportunity for Africa to actually mobilize the resources, mobilize the partnerships, the technical assistance to help the smallholder farmer, as the director from NORAD said, for 150 years. Think about it. The yields, average yields of maize in Africa is the same yields of maize in the US in 1920. So he's right. For the last 100 or so years, very little effort to help the African farmer produce. But we will never let this crisis go to waste. So the AU and the bank is calling a high-level summit in Dakar, January 25th to 27th. We call it the Food Sovereignty and Resilience Summit, where we will renew the compacts, the CAADP compacts. We will renew them between government, development partners, private sector, civil society, with clear objectives and key results to drive towards self-sufficiency in food production. The most important thing was what the Rockefeller person said. We must do this in the spirit of love for our fellow human beings, for nature, and also for equity that includes food access to all. Thank you so much for coming today. I wish you a happy weekend and all the best with your trip back home. Thank you.
soutenu, donc, nous soutient et continue de nous soutenir donc, dans ce projet. Je voudrais donc remercier sincèrement la FAO qui ne cesse d'apporter son soutien constant sur les questions forestières depuis des décennies. Je veux prendre aussi l'exemple, la préparation de la Côte d'Ivoire à la RED+. La FAO a apporté aussi un appui dans le cadre du programme ONU-RED. Cet appui a permis
c'est un projet qui vise les jeunes et les entreprises privées. Donc ce sont deux projets en fait qui se cofinancent au Congo et qui sont implémentés main dans la main. Et l'un ne pourrait pas exister sans l'autre. Donc ce type de collaboration financière et technique est indispensable pour que nos institutions puissent travailler ensemble. Et des exemples comme ça, on en a en Eswatini, on en a au Kenya, on en a en Tanzanie, avec la FAO comme partenaire privilégié. Et on est en train de développer notre partenariat également avec le CAFI, l'initiative pour la protection des forêts dans le bassin du Congo. Nous avons soumis dernièrement une première proposition à CAFI travaille en République du Congo et nous allons étendre ce partenariat pour augmenter l'impact que nos institutions respectives peuvent avoir pour promouvoir ces activités tellement importantes d'agroforesterie. Donc je pense que pour répondre à la question comment l'IFAD va s'y prendre pour augmenter notre travail sur l'agroforesterie, vous comprenez que tout passe par le partenariat. Partenariat technique avec des partenaires comme la FAO, partenariat de mise en œuvre, partenariat financier avec des institutions qui ont des intérêts convergents. Et donc l'IFAD explore toutes ces pistes simultanément pour multiplier les actions en fonction des besoins des différents pays qui sont priorisés dans leur propre NDC. J'espère avoir répondu à votre question et j'aurai plaisir de prendre des réponses après.
Merci, cher Pierre, pour cette intervention, pour avoir donné un peu dans les détails un peu comment est-ce que la FAO et le FIDA collaborent pour travailler sur ces questions d'agroforesterie. Je pense que le dernier intervenant de ce panel, c'est M. Bruno Gay, qui est conseiller pour l'engagement du secteur privé et la finance carbone au sein du secrétariat pour l'initiative des forêts d'Afrique centrale. Je pense qu'il, lui, monsieur, va nous parler un peu plus d'investissement dans l'intervention de foresterie durable et résiliente au climat en Afrique centrale. Vous avez la parole, cher monsieur Bruno.
Bonjour à tous, cher ministre. C'est un honneur pour moi d'être sur ce panel avec vous. J'ai eu aussi l'honneur de connaître Mme Rosalie Matondo au cours de la semaine dernière. Donc on a eu des bons échanges, notamment sur les choses dont on va discuter aujourd'hui. Aussi un honneur d'être avec les collègues du FIDA, qu'on a quand même pas mal travaillé dans d'autres contextes au cours de la décennie passée. Donc le CAFI, l'Initiative pour les forêts d'Afrique centrale, CAFI par son sigle en anglais, c'est un fonds fiduciaire des Nations Unies. C'est le troisième plus grand fonds fiduciaire des Nations Unies, mais le plus grand pour les sujets environnementaux. Et c'est un fonds fiduciaire qui couvre justement les pays d'Afrique centrale, plus précisément le Cameroun, la Guinée équatoriale, la République centrafricaine, la République démocratique du Congo et la République du Congo, ici représentée par Madame la ministre. Et donc, le CAFI signe des lettres d'intention au plus haut niveau de la présidence, entre les bailleurs, les présidents des pays qui donnent de l'argent au CAFI et les pays récepteurs. Ça a été le cas aussi dans le contexte de la République du Congo, comme en RDC et au Gabon. Donc, c'est dans le contexte de ces lettres d'intention que des fonds sont assignés aux pays, donc qui sont alloués pour la mise en œuvre des jalons de politiques qui sont inclus dans ces lettres d'intention, qui sont évidemment alignés avec la contribution nationalement déterminée des pays dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris. Donc, c'est dans ce contexte que le CAFI finance le projet Préforest avec la FAO et d'autres partenaires comme le Fonds vert pour le climat, le FIDA. Néanmoins, et donc c'est une des facettes de l'engagement de CAFI. Néanmoins, aujourd'hui, je voudrais vous parler d'initiatives nouvelles qu'on a lancées lors de la COP pour justement stimuler l'engagement du secteur privé dans la création de chaînes de valeur libres de déboisement et résilientes au climat. Dans les lettres d'intention, notamment celles signées avec la République du Congo, il y a l'engagement de promouvoir le développement de l'agriculture en savane et d'éviter, disons, le développement de l'agriculture agro-industrielle en zone de forêt. Et c'est justement pour appuyer ce genre d'engagement qu'on a créé maintenant une facilité spécifique pour les pays CAFI dans un fonds d'investissement spécialisé qui s'appelle N-Green, qui va se concentrer maintenant sur financer les entreprises agro-industrielles ou forestières dans l'ensemble du bassin du Congo qui vont s'engager à une politique de zéro déboisement et non-destruction des tourbières, un plan de gestion sociale et environnementale et un plan de gestion du paysage à travers lequel on pourra quantifier l'impact sur le climat en termes d'atténuation des opérations de l'entreprise et de sa chaîne d'approvisionnement. Donc, à travers l'octroi de prêts concessionnels à long terme sur jusqu'à 15 ans, avec des opérateurs agro-industriels ou forestiers qui pourront opérer dans différents secteurs, que ce soit la transformation du bois, l'exploitation à faible impact. On peut penser au développement de palmeraies en savane ou d'EVA ou toute autre culture. On espère pouvoir stimuler l'action du secteur privé dans ce secteur en Afrique centrale en ligne avec les engagements pris par les pays dans le contexte des lettres d'intention avec CAFI. Donc, c'est un premier investissement de 53 millions de dollars et on est conscient qu'il y aura besoin d'une mise à échelle. Les besoins sont énormes. On a parlé de l'ambition du gouvernement de reboiser 1 million d'hectares. C'est une très grande ambition. Ça coûte extrêmement cher. Donc, c'est pourquoi on a aussi lancé, le chancelier allemand a annoncé lundi l'émission d'une série d'obligations à la performance forestière pour mobiliser des financements sur les marchés de capitaux internationaux en collaboration avec CAFI pour pouvoir attirer des investissements conséquents à hauteur d'1 milliard de dollars sur la région, justement, pour financer des projets au-delà de ce premier investissement que CAFI fait. Bon, ceci étant dit, c'est très important aussi de prendre en compte l'engagement des communautés locales. On en a parlé, un discours de la ministre y a fait référence. Je pense que ici, on a aussi, c'est important de mentionner que le CAFI travaille aussi sur cet aspect. Donc, on est en train de développer un programme de paiement pour services environnementaux qui pourra être, disons, d'abord développé en RDC, mais ensuite, tous les pays du bassin du Congo pourront utiliser l'instrument. Et l'objectif ici est de justement engager les communautés directement et fournir des transferts de ressources aux communautés ou aux acteurs individuels qui s'engagent dans la mise en œuvre de pratiques, par exemple l'agroforesterie, la mise en défense de savanes, le reboisement ou la protection des forêts communautaires ou même la gestion des forêts communautaires. Donc, on essaie de créer des mécanismes qui vont aller sur le terrain, directement sur le terrain ou pour le bénéfice des communautés, et justement réduire les coûts de transaction associés aux frais de gestion des diverses agences et des modalités plus traditionnelles de mise en œuvre au travers de dons. Donc voilà un peu les actions de CAFI dans ce secteur et comment on compte contribuer aux objectifs ici discutés sur le renforcement des chaînes de valeur à faible émission et plus résilientes pour le climat. Je vous remercie.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, je vous demande d'applaudir une fois de plus l'ensemble de nos intervenants pour ces brillantes interventions qui nous donnent des orientations et un partage d'expérience sur l'agroforesterie dans nos différents pays. Nous allons donner très rapidement la parole aux participants. Nous sommes un peu pris par le temps, donc on ne permettra pas à cette question. Nous allons donner deux intervenants, deux questions. Est-ce qu'il y a des personnes qui veulent poser des questions aux différents panélistes? D'accord, madame. Merci de vous présenter et de dire auquel des panélistes est adressée la question. Merci.
D'accord, merci. Bonjour, donc je m'appelle Flore Ferraro. Je travaille pour AFDI, Agriculteurs français et développement international, qui est membre de l'Alliance Agricorde. Et donc nous avons différents partenariats avec des organisations de producteurs en Afrique, notamment en Côte d'Ivoire. Ce que je voulais savoir, donc, vous le savez, il y a seulement 1,7% des financements climat qui sont adressés à l'adaptation des agricultures familiales, alors que les agriculteurs familiaux sont parmi les plus impactés et les plus vulnérables. Vous avez mentionné chacun beaucoup de projets autour de l'agroforesterie notamment. Et donc je voudrais savoir dans quelle mesure vous associez chacun les organisations de producteurs à la mise en œuvre de ces projets, pas seulement pour être bénéficiaires, mais vraiment pour être acteurs, et parce qu'ils ont aujourd'hui la capacité à s'impliquer dans la réalisation d'actions sur l'agroforesterie notamment qui sont impactantes. Merci.
Merci. Deuxième question.
Merci. Je suis Madame Fidélie Bissi-Mwakinja de la République démocratique du Congo. Ma question s'adresse auprès de monsieur qui a parlé de CAFI. Je voulais savoir, l'investissement de CAFI, c'est un investissement gagnant-gagnant ou bien c'est un investissement qui est un prêt, crédit que nous devons rembourser. Et notre communauté, comment vous avez pensé les accompagner, à quelle hauteur, pour que ce sont eux qui sont en train de garder les forêts, garder les tourbières, garder tout, sans bouger tel que vous venez de le dire là, qu'il ne faut pas bouger, rester toujours fermé, pauvre, pas toucher notre économie, parce que vous allez nous accompagner. Je voudrais savoir à quel niveau, à quelle hauteur vous allez accompagner la communauté et aussi, comme vous êtes en train de mettre les investissements en RDC pour soutenir la protection des changements climatiques, vous avez pensé à nous donner aussi la vie parce que nous donnons la vie à travers le climat que nous sommes en train de protéger. En contrepartie, nous avons seulement la mort. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen de nous dire aussi à quelle hauteur, à quel niveau vous allez nous aider à dire fin à la guerre? Merci.
Merci madame pour votre question. Peut-être qu'on prendra juste une dernière question, peut-être comme on est un peu pris par le temps.
Merci. Je suis Monsieur François Monkessi, coordonnateur national du programme national d'afforestation et de reboisement, collaborateur de Madame Rosalie Matondo qui est au panel. Ma question s'adresse à Monsieur le ministre de la Côte d'Ivoire. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez parlé de la pratique agroforestière en Côte d'Ivoire. Je voulais savoir, est-ce que cette agriculture, cette agroforesterie se fait à l'échelle industrielle? Et ensuite, j'ai écouté dans vos propos que vous avez parlé d'un investissement du Fonds vert pour le climat que vous avez reçu. Monsieur le ministre, je voudrais une petite analyse de cet investissement, de ce mécanisme d'investissement Fonds vert en Côte d'Ivoire dans la promotion des plantations forestières et agroforestières. Une autre question s'adresse à au monsieur dont je n'ai pas retenu le nom, et ensuite aux investisseurs CAFI. On prône dans les plantations forestières et agroforestières la sauvegarde des écosystèmes. Mais ma question est de savoir, est-ce qu'il y a une expérience qu'on peut relater en termes de changement que ces pratiques agroforestières, via vos financements, ont déjà apporté au niveau local. Au niveau local, et quand je parle du niveau local, je m'intéresse aux paysans qui est proche de la forêt et qui sauvegarde la forêt. Quel impact ces financements ont-ils, ou ce sont des financements qui s'arrêtent juste au niveau des bureaux? Merci.
Merci au troisième intervenant. Je pense qu'on va laisser la parole aux panélistes. Nous allons commencer par le représentant du Sénégal. Je pense que les questions sont adressées à l'ensemble des panélistes. Commençons par le représentant du Sénégal et on finira par le ministre de l'Environnement de Côte d'Ivoire.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Les exemples ne manquent pas. C'est vrai que dans les programmes d'agroforesterie, il y a eu beaucoup d'échecs, mais il y a eu aussi beaucoup de réussites. Le Sénégal a réussi quelques expériences en matière de développement des parcs agroforestiers à Federbia, Albida, donc qui sont caractéristiques du centre du pays. Il y a également une zone du centre du pays où les interventions des différentes ONG, mais aussi de l'État, a permis aujourd'hui de faire reverdir les zones au niveau des terres cultivées. Donc les expériences, il y en a. Donc peut-être s'il y a un cadre de partage des documents, nous pouvons mettre les documents à votre disposition qui permettront de confirmer ce que nous disons. Merci.
Bonjour. Alors, rapidement sur la question sur la RDC et aussi sur l'agroforesterie. Donc, ce que je peux relater, c'est l'expérience de CAFI à travers la première phase 2016-2021 où tout de même environ 200 millions de dollars qui est investi dans une série de projets qu'on appelle le programme intégré RED. Et dans ce contexte, l'engagement avec, disons, les planteurs ou les paysans qui mettent en œuvre des pratiques agroforestières se fait au niveau du village. Donc, on a développé des centaines de plans simples d'aménagement des terroirs villageois, accompagnés de plans de développement vert sur les 10 prochaines années. Et sur base de cet accord d'aménagement du territoire, on a ensuite des contrats négociés avec les comités locaux de développement développés au niveau des villages sur des engagements de conservation des forêts. Et également, à travers ces processus, on planifie le développement de l'agriculture pérenne, de l'agroforesterie ou la mise en défense de savanes ou forêts dégradées. Donc, c'est vraiment des exercices d'aménagement du territoire qui vont garantir qu'au niveau villageois, il y a une conservation de la forêt, ce qui est l'objectif premier de CAFI, mais ensuite, tout un accompagnement sur le développement d'alternatives à la bâtie-brûlis, notamment l'agroforesterie et le développement de cultures pérennes. Donc, c'est des subventions qui sont sous forme de dons à 100%, donc il n'y a pas de système de prêt, mais on transitionne vers un système qui est basé sur la performance au travers du programme de paiement pour services environnementaux, qui vise donc de payer sur base d'un résultat vérifié, avec évidemment des avances de paiement et des appuis, mais on essaie d'aller vraiment progressivement vers des systèmes qui sont basés davantage sur la performance plutôt que, disons, des systèmes de subvention plus classiques. Donc voilà.
On va peut-être demander aux intervenants d'aller un peu très rapidement. On va donner 30 secondes à chaque intervenant, vu qu'on est un peu pris par le temps. Et le pavillon doit être occupé dans pas longtemps par un autre groupe qui nous attend. Donc 30 secondes. Et peut-être aux participants, ce qu'on voudrait, peut-être que juste après, les intervenants seront ouverts à des discussions en bilatéral. Merci. 30 secondes pour votre mot de fin, s'il vous plaît.
Pour répondre à la première question, donc la participation des organisations paysannes et des organisations locales est extrêmement importante pour le FIDA. On a une politique spécifique pour cibler ces bénéficiaires-là. Et c'est une des raisons pour lesquelles le FIDA héberge le forum des organisations paysannes, justement parce qu'on est absolument conscient que leur participation est indispensable.
Merci infiniment. Pour répondre à Madame, dire que dans le cadre du programme national d'afforestation de reboisement, nous associons les communautés dans les plantations pour réaliser en intercalaire leur culture vivrière. Donc il s'agit du manioc, la production des huiles essentielles et la production du miel. Donc ça, les populations gagnent leurs revenus à travers cette implication qu'ils ont. Et puis la pénibilité du travail, vous savez, quand la plantation est déjà préparée, donc les communautés profitent de cette préparation de terrain et viennent introduire leur culture en intercalaire. Voilà comment nous appliquons les populations dans nos travaux. Merci.
Merci. Vous avez parlé d'agroforesterie à l'échelle industrielle. Bon, écoutez, et des fonds verts. Vous savez, la Côte d'Ivoire a bénéficié donc de ces fonds verts pour adresser donc la question forestière à travers un projet qu'on a appelé Promis. Alors ce projet, ça consiste à quoi? Ça consiste à faire de la cacaoculture sans déforestation. C'est-à-dire que lorsqu'on fait le cacao, vous savez très bien que la Côte d'Ivoire était le premier producteur donc, de cacao. Et donc à cette échelle, lorsque nous faisons le cacao, nous détruisons donc la forêt. Aujourd'hui, il y a des nouvelles techniques qui ont été éprouvées. Et c'est en cela que la FAO a accompagné la Côte d'Ivoire à mettre en place donc, ce projet. Pourquoi? Pour faire cohabiter le cacao et les arbres et la forêt. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Je vous demande d'ovationner très fort nos intervenants pour une dernière fois. Et permettez-moi de remercier chaleureusement l'ensemble des panélistes pour leurs interventions très perspicaces. et vous remercier également de nous avoir rejoints ce matin à ce panel de haut niveau. J'ai le plaisir de donner le mot de fin à M. Vladit Anahodov. Excusez-moi d'écorcher un peu votre nom, c'est un peu compliqué là de prononcer. Il est spécialiste principal en assurance qualité et suivi évaluation du Fonds vert pour le climat. Il va faire quelques remarques et il donnera le mot de la fin. Très rapidement, puisque Tami...
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, and okay, this one is better. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us today at our COP27 event on scaling up climate resilient and low carbon value chains through Apollo sectors in Africa and African regions. I want to thank FAO for having organized this event, and to Her Excellency Madame Rosalie Matondo, Environment and Sustainable Development Minister of Forest Economy of Congo, as well as His Excellency Jean-Luc Rassi, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Côte d'Ivoire, for being with us today. I would also like to thank our key partners from the Ministry of Environment, Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition of Senegal, IPAD and CAFI, for being our panelists. Deforestation and forest degradation have devastating impact on both climate change adaptation and mitigation. Nearly 4 million hectares of Africa's forests are lost annually, leading to soil and nutrient depletion, loss of land productivity, and therefore loss of food quantity and quality. Deforestation and land degradation are also greatly contributing to GHG emissions and are increasing the vulnerability to climate change impacts. Promoting sustainable agriculture and forestry value chains in Africa are key to support food security, to improve crop production while protecting and regenerating land and natural forests, and contributing to both climate change adaptation and mitigation. The Green Climate Fund, GCF, looks forward to continue working on this transformation and is in the front line to support Africa scaling up sustainable, climate resilient and low carbon agroforestry and forestry interventions in order to sustainably address climate change impacts and support countries achieving their nationally determined contributions. In order to achieve a real paradigm shift, the Green Climate Fund looks forward to working in strong partnership with national governments, direct access entities, technical organizations like FAO, as well as private sector entities, so that together we can make real impact on the ground. I would like to thank all of you for being with us today, for participating in this event, and I can assure you that the Green Climate Fund will continue to be a reliable partner. Thank you very much.
Merci, thank you so much. Nous invitons peut-être pour la photo de fin. Voilà. Merci pour votre participation et je pense que l'événement prend fin en ce moment-là.
sorry, I ran out of my cards. This sounds very interesting. I'll be happy to have more discussions with you. I think it's important also for you to talk to entities like FAO and IFAD because they implement the projects on the ground. But I'll be very happy to talk to you. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I'll send you a message.
Hey, test. Hey. WFP, regional regional director for Southern Africa, my good friend and brother. I recognize the presence of Professor Biloso, who is the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Agriculture of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and recognize the presence of course, my sister, Mrs. Elizabeth Simanande, who is the president of the East Africa Farmer Federation, a very, very important organization. And last but not the least, Dr. Amindi Telahun of AGRA, who is the head of Resilience and Climate and Soil Facility. We are jointly organizing this side event with AGRA after a long partnership with them. We just for the interest of time, Your Excellencies, distinguished, Your Excellency, please come up. Yeah. So, distinguished participants, when we talk about Africa food systems, many pictures come to mind. You know, pictures of smallholder farmers, particularly women, laboring in the fields to bring produce from Mother Earth, pictures of women carrying babies in their back, tilling the soil, traveling long distances to markets to sell their produce, and pictures of the same women processing that food to put a meal on the table. Indeed, our smallholder farmers who relentlessly till the land are often at the mercies of Mother Nature, with changing weather patterns and climate patterns posing a threat to their livelihoods. We all know that the contributions of Africa's smallholder farmers to climate change is very little, or the contribution of Africa as a whole to climate change, to greenhouse gas emissions, is very small. I think we all know that story. Yet, this population are the ones that remain most, and that is why we are very much concerned. It's sadly so, even though this same population are the ones that contributed to feeding the continent. We know as well that about 90% of the food that are being produced in the continent are produced by smallholder farmers, and women smallholder farmers in particular. How we support them to build adaptive capacity to this change in climate is of immense importance to ensure that we continue to have food security in the continent. Last year, the African Union member states came up with the African Common Position on Food Systems in preparation of the UN Food Systems Summit. The Common Position clearly notes that climate change is one of the biggest challenges of Africa's food systems, with an estimate of about 38 million people in the continent being at risk of hunger. There was a commitment and a call to action towards accelerating of initiative of climate change mitigation and adaptation based on the Paris Agreement. Africa's blueprint, Agenda 2063, on the Africa we want is quite clear on the importance of resilience. One of the goals of Aspiration 1 is about environmental sustainability and climate resilience economies and communities. In this regard, we will deliberate over the next hour on how we can walk this talk. We also need to be cognizant of the fact that there are ongoing efforts that we can build on to ensure resilience and adaptation for food and nutrition security. So as we start this conversation with such distinguished speakers, we hope that some of the issues that we can discuss will be the need for greater emphasis and focus to be placed on investments in the immediate and short term in specific priority areas that are more likely to trigger accelerated socioeconomic growth and resilience building. We also hope we can foster multi-stakeholder partnerships and create enabling environment for private sector involvement. This conversation cannot just be at the level of member states. As much as important as it is to create the enabling conditions, when we talk about moving to concrete actions and investments that will help in the green transition economy, we need to bring the private sector on board. So how do we do that is an important question. And of course, we need to structure conversations that will build programs that are attractive for financing. We've heard the last several days on the need for Africa to have bankable programs that can attract the global climate financing that are out there. So what do we do? What tools can we design? What support can we bring to ensure that there are programs that can get financing? At the African Union Development Agency, we are currently working with member states to ensure that the food system outcomes are mainstream within the CAADP-Malabo process at the country level, so that we don't have divergent processes, but use our limited resources and capabilities to bring not only policy change, but also those investment programs that are needed to ensure that the food system is secured. We're working with all stakeholders, particularly and most importantly, the farmers, who should be at the center of this discussion so that we can all ensure a future that is decent for all Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Estherine, for those welcome remarks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to make welcome Your Excellence Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development and Blue Economy at AUC. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and make welcome to Madam Sako. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me this privilege to talk on this important day of COP27, which is the Agriculture Day. Excellencies, I acknowledge the presence of Minister Anne, Minister of International Development for the Kingdom of Norway. Welcome, you are always with us. Since morning we have been sharing side event upon side event. It's good for your really commitment. At least you will know what is happening in our countries. You will know because we are talking by ourselves. It's not a document that came elsewhere. It's coming really, from us. And we are happy to have partners here with us so that we can also, brainstorm what we are going through. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. So, what I'm going to say we all know. What we want to do is investment, but it's just protocol. Don't mind me, I will just read this paper, but we know what we want. We know the problem, we know the solution. Now is to really, to really mobilize resources to implement what we know, to implement our projects, our programs. If we want really to attain the goals of Agenda 2063, the Africa we all want, a peaceful, prosperous Africa for all the citizens of this continent. So, as we are all aware, the world is in the midst of anger pandemic. It's no longer COVID pandemic, now it's anger pandemic. Primarily as a result, we all know climate change has been there, conflict in Africa will be there, COVID-19 came, exacerbated all these issues, and now compounded with the Russia and Ukrainian crisis. This is really the ecosystem we are living in, and as leaders, as civil society, as farmers, we all need to come together and come and get solution to feed Africa, to feed our people. So today, the statistics is clear on its own. 256 million Africans, 1 out of 5 of the population are hungry. This was why we convened, or that is why we convened the high-level food security and nutrition on the 10th of October 2022 in Addis Ababa, together with our partners to find out durable solutions in line with African Union Theme of the Year on building resilience in nutrition and food security. We align it with our Theme of the Year and we organize it with our partners, and we came out with a product which we want to discuss this product, the result of this product in today's, activity of Agriculture Day. Findings of the International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPPC, we all know, published on its 2022 sixth assessment report are particularly alarming. The report presents overwhelming evidence that climate change is a key driver of humanitarian crisis affecting communities across Africa and other developing countries or regions. The extent and the magnitude of climate change impacts are larger and getting worse each year, mostly here in Africa. Africa food system, as my sister Estherine has already said, we are the only region, on the globally to present a really common position on the food system. We worked together, and NEPAD had, the mandate was tasked to organize all these regional consultation and regional and national dialogue consultation with our farmers at the local level, so that we came out with a very concrete African common position for the UN food system with 43 game-changing. Everything is there. So we have already done the diagnosis. We are ready now to move from one phase to another. Elaboration of project cycle is finished. Now is implementation. So increasing frequency and the intensity of extreme weather events such as the recent floods in South Africa, Nigeria, and Mozambique, unimaginable drought in Namibia, Angola, the Sahel, and the Horn of Africa has caused widespread adverse impact and related losses and damage to nature and the people's livelihoods. The bottom line is that there is an urgent need to step up effort to build robust and resilient food system. Without commensurate action to climate-proof Africa's food system, our food and nutrition security goals remain a far-fetched. It will be a dream because we didn't implement it. There is therefore need for immediate action to strengthen capacity of Africa's food system to absorb the climate-related shock. We need to increase access to finance in the short term, for countries to undertake action to build robust climate-proof food system. In the medium and long term, it is equally important that stakeholders in agriculture sector implement long-term strategic intervention to sustain and increase total food production, while reducing production risk and increasing production efficiency. This will entail fostering regenerative agriculture to drive agro-food system transformation that builds resilient and adaptive capacity in the face of increasing variable climate conditions. More and frequent global shocks are expected, of course, to continue to threaten Africa's food security, and this should be centered to planning on going forwards. I will leave you with 4 important points going forwards, which is our priority if we really want to solve this problem. The need to mainstream climate resilience in policy, plan, and implementation of our programs at the national level and also at the regional level. We have our own national action plan, so we really need to mainstream, because climate, environment is something that has a nexus with development. If we want to develop, we need to really, when we are planning education, we are planning agriculture, we are planning health, we have to plan also climate action. It is very important for our policymaker to take it into consideration, instead of us to go from one capital to another to go and beg. We are not beggars. We have the resources. Let us put it on this budget line, you know, on the ministry. Today we have ministry, we have structure, ministries of environment. Let them give them at least 5%, like, you know, Maputo tells us to give 10% in agriculture. This important Ministry of Environment has to be really functional, because it has a core role to play if we want to achieve our goals and our development agenda. Second, the African Union has developed GRAP. During the COVID-19 pandemic, which was really a COVID that changed the narrative of doing things. What did we do? Under the COP26 the presidency, the UK supported the African Union with this tool which is called GRAP, the Green Recovery Action Plan. This Green Recovery Action Plan has 5 pillars, 5 pillars. One of them, pillar number 4, it is resilient agriculture. But what the conversation we are having here since the beginning of this COP about finance, it's there. It's one of the pillar number 1. You know, access to finance, access to the problem of renewable energy and just transition is the pillar number 2. The pillar number 3 is nature-based solution. We know our rivers, our forests, all these. So we want to go into agroecologic model of agriculture. And then we are responding to the issue of the environment. And the 4th one is the resilient agriculture. And the 5th is green cities. We want green cities, remove all these cars that are polluting, remove all these planes that are polluting, maybe new innovation type of transport to bring it to our and also the pollution, plastic pollution, all this. Those are the, you know, the cities that we want to see on our continent. The number 3 is the need to strengthen monitoring system for early detection of adverse weather phenomena. We plan to update our MIS, because in African Union we have already the situation room where we have the multi-hazard early warning and early action situation room. And this situation room is very important because we are working with our member states and our RECs to give information, to give the weather information. And our first experience was during the KwaZulu-Natal when it happened, the flood. Our situation room in Addis Ababa, at the headquarters of Addis Ababa, was the one to give the first signal to South Africa. And every week we produce 2 reports to inform our member states on the meteorology, for them to do the preparedness. So we are really working hard to see if we can mainstream these AMEWAs, you know, at the regional level and also at the national level. We have got already 2, one I think in Nairobi and with IGAD, and then another one we have in Niger. This is a situation room, but we want to expand it to our 5 regions of the continent, and each country should have its own situation room. And the last is the need to accelerate the access of hundreds of millions of farmers to high quality inputs, sustainable soil management practices, because we are going to have our summit, the fertilizer summit next year in Dakar. And it's not only fertilizer, it's fertilizer and soil health. I think today we are going to have, this afternoon, we are going to have a side event. If you want to participate with His Excellency John Kerry, that is organizing it. So it will be good for us to really have partners with us so that we can start having our fertilizer, because this is also one of the lessons learned from Ukrainian and the Russian crisis. So we are trying to put other ministers in our house and take our destiny. When we say we are taking the destiny, those are the areas where we are really showing case. We say COP27 should not be COP of talking. It should be COP that you come and you showcase, I did this, I did this, I did it. So this is really the achievement we did since the two recent shocks that we had, from the pandemic, COVID, and then also from this the Russia and Ukrainian crisis. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellence, for those words. We are not beggars, we have resources and we have to put them to good use. So says Her Excellency. Thank you so much, Your Excellence, for framing the context of our discussion this afternoon. Let us give our speakers another big round of applause. At this point in time, I would like to invite Madam Estherine Futabong to put on another hat and moderate the next session and invite our panelists to the panel discussion. Madam Estherine, over to you.
Thank you, Rudo. This is something that women are very used to doing, wearing so many hats and switching them at short notices. So at this moment, we will move into the high-level panel discussion, and we are pressed for time, so I will just start by inviting to come in front Minister Anne, Dr. Mengistu, Professor Biluso, please come up to the front, Dr. Amende, and Madam Elizabeth. Just one more. You see, what happens? Yeah, 4. Good. Oh, is it 5? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, really, I mean, I'm so sorry because this panel in front here is such a wonderful, high-level, knowledgeable panel, and we can't even do justice given the short time. So I will go right to it. I think I will first call on the minister, and to say for many years, Africans have been the supplier of raw materials for industrial development in developing countries. With climate change and in food systems, the need for mutual collaboration and partnerships are no longer a luxury, but a necessity. So, Minister, we would like to hear from you what kind of shifts in policies are being implemented to ensure we have a more climate-related investment rather than just aid flows.
Maybe. Now, there it is. Wonderful. We're getting professional on this during this week. Thank you for the question. It was a very big question, Estherine. And there are many answers to it. I'll try to make a few highlights. First of all, I think during the year I've been Minister of International Development, I think I've said maybe 1,000 times that it is absolutely absurd that Africa imports $56 billion worth of foodstuffs when you are the hub of the most fertile soil left to grow food in the world. So, you know, the potential is there, the momentum is finally there. That is what I feel after, first after the pandemic, then after the war of the Ukraine, and we see that the whole world, not only the African countries, have seen seen the vulnerability in the global food systems. So that is also an opportunity, and I was so happy when I heard Madame Sacco this morning talking about food sovereignty, because we really have to shift the mindset. There is so much, what you say, preparedness and robustness in making sure that the food that is consumed in the countries of Africa are produced locally and regionally. So what we have to do is we have to have a bottom-up approach, capacitating the farmers, starting with the farmer, and working the value chains to the local markets. In all too many cities in the world, we see that the mega cities depend on imports from outside instead of connecting the regional farmers to the markets. So, you know, and then we need political will. And what I really also feel is that the African policies, plans and ownership is there. You see it from the African Union, you see it from the African Development Bank, you see it from from ministers of agriculture around the continent. The plans are there, the vision is there. And then there's the finance. And I'm going to tell you that when I became minister, I asked the Norwegian Fund for Investments in Development, Norfund, which is a fund in my portfolio that finances development businesses. And I said, you know, how are we doing on investing in agriculture? And the answer was that for many years, you know, it's been too complicated and difficult, and the risks were too high, and really, you know, many investors out there, even those supposed to finance investments, have been scared to get into the agricultural sector. They've actually withdrawn. And that is about to change, because we see now that the perceived risk of investing in African agriculture is much higher than the actual risk. So that is what at least we are doing from the Norwegian side now. We are stepping up on investments in African agriculture. That is about using ODA, Official Development Aid, in a smart way to unleash private capital into the agricultural sector. And, you know, doing that bit that the private capital won't be doing unless they get a little push. So we have to work smarter. But, I mean, this is a good investment. We just have to make the private sector see it. And we need to work on the whole value chain from the farmer to the market. I'll stop there. Thank you. I could talk all day about this.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those very, very clear and inspiring words, and what Norwegian government is doing to step up investments. As Commissioner Sacco said, this is where the rubber hits the road, right? It's unacceptable that we should be importing 50 billion worth of food a year when we have all the resources, and just that little push. So thank you so much. And that focus of bottom-up, value chain, capacity building for farmers is really important. So let me come to my dear friend and brother, the Regional Director of WFP for Southern Africa. We've heard what the Minister said, and the Commissioner, Africa can feed itself. You know, greening Africa's food system entails that we produce more sustainably, and we'd have a more inclusive approach. So maybe you can share with us what WFP does to catalyze the change needed to address food system transformation. that is resilient and inclusive.
Thank you, Madame Esterine, for the introduction, and thank you also for inviting me here. But if you allow me, may I pose a question so that we have a perspective? And this has been said many times. Can Africa feed itself? And we say yes. Now, if we look at a perspective of historical, in 1974, there was the first food summit. And that was done because there was crisis in Bangladesh. It was not because of the crisis was in Africa. It was because of the crisis in Bangladesh, and the world decided to have a summit on food security. Now, at that time, our leaders agreed that in 10 years, no child will go to bed hungry. They were ambitious, but the world was poorer. In 1974, we did not have the technologies we have today, the billionaires that we have today. And yet, they were ready to fight and make sure that children don't go to bed hungry. That was in 1974. Today, in Africa, from that time, we are going downwards in terms of the crisis. Now, in 1980, Minister, you talked about the prices of imports. In 1980, Africa imported 10 billion worth of food. Now, this year, 56 billion. In 2030, it's expected it will be 110 billion. Now, this is a continent that can produce. This is a continent that has young people. Now, I will see one thing that we are not doing right. As you mentioned, Minister, the food system that we are talking about is vulnerable. Why is it vulnerable? Because even if there is no climate change, we will not feed ourselves with the way the agriculture is working. Why do I say, wherever you go, I have traveled around in the SADC region, most of the agriculture that we have is done by women using traditional tools, hoes and diggers. And these women, no matter how hard they work, they cannot expand the land that they are working on with that kind of tools. And at the same time, we have more people moving to towns. And then we have also the population growing. So the demand is getting high, and the agriculture is not going to cope with that. Therefore, agriculture must be transformed. Now, this has been said, but I think it is important that we start action and move. Now, Madam Esterine, you asked me what is WFP doing or what are the WFP activities that can support this kind of movement, because we work with the poorest and of the poor. We work with the women. We know where they are. When emergencies come, we are there with them. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, Minister, because Norway has been one of our donors who has been flexible on the way we use our resources. Just last year in Africa, we spent $1 billion in cash transfer to people. We bought 1 million metric tons in Africa, which is $600 million worth. We bought 120 metric tons worth 50 million from smallholder farmers, from those women and from those. Now, these are things that we want to use to leverage and move as a business and support others. We bring logistics, we bring supply chain, we bring the resources that are required. And just to conclude, just recently we signed an MOU between the Afro-Exim Bank, WFP, and the ACFTA. The purpose is Afri-Exim Bank has the money and they want to fund smallholder farmers. CFTA wanted to trade, and we add to that, WFP can facilitate. So this will work, we hope. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think it's the former chairperson of the African Union Commission that said, Chairperson, Her Excellency Nkosazana Zuma, who said, the horse must be in the museum. You know, we don't expect these women, as I said earlier, doing the kind of back-breaking work and continue to feed the continent with conditions of climate change and vulnerability. So we welcome the work that WFP is doing and the support that we always get from our partners, the Norwegian government. Let me now turn to Professor Biluso, the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Agriculture, DRC. Non, Excellence, je sais que tu vas parler en français, donc peut-être tu peux nous dire ce que le continent veut en participant dans cette COP. Ah, merci.
Merci. Je tiens à vous remercier. Je pense qu'au stade actuel, avec l'avancée du changement climatique, nous devons changer nos stratégies en termes de production. Nous devons bannir l'agriculture itinérante sur brûlure et nous orienter au type d'agriculture durable et résiliente au climat. Je pense que la RDC a pris part aux négociations, aux échanges avec les partenaires. Maintenant, ça rencontre la vision du chef de l'État qui veut que nous puissions faire la revanche du sol sur les sous-sols. Vous savez, depuis longtemps, il y a plus de 20 ans, nous nous sommes orientés vers l'exploitation minière, on a abandonné l'agriculture. Et maintenant, c'est le moment de revenir. Il faut solliciter ou faire le plaidoyer pour qu'on finance la recherche agricole, qu'on finance l'encadrement de paysans, que les paysans changent leur façon de produire, leurs systèmes alimentaires qui est basé sur les habitudes alimentaires, mais qui s'orientent vers la production qui va permettre à ce que nous sortons de l'insécurité alimentaire. Pour ce faire, il faut diversifier les sources d'alimentation. Pour ce faire, il faut constituer des réserves. Et pour y parvenir, il faut vraiment le financement, il faut réorienter les politiques. Nous, en RDC, on a levé l'option de nous orienter vers l'agroforesterie, d'abandonner certaines cultures telles que le palmier en zone forestière, les riz, la canne à sucre en zone forestière, qu'on oriente cela vers les zones de savane. Et de cela, nous devons valoriser aussi les systèmes alimentaires locaux. De ces faits, par exemple, on doit prôner, dans des zones forestières, nous avions l'exploitation de produits forestiers non lignés à faible impact. Nous devons valoriser nos ressources locales pour faire face. On l'a vécu pendant la période de Covid, où les frontières étaient fermées et on s'est retourné vers les produits locaux que nous avions valorisés. Et c'est le cas maintenant, nous sommes en train de valoriser les maniocs. La transformation du manioc dans la panification, c'est pour combler les déficits que nous avions et que dans nos pays, nous dépendons des importations alimentaires. On dépense plus de 2 milliards par an pour acheter la nourriture, mais c'est quel type de nourriture que nous achetons? Parfois, ce sont des déchets. Et pourtant, si on prenait ces 2 milliards, on s'investissait dans la production locale, on pouvait avoir la nourriture qui peut faire face à l'insécurité alimentaire. Donc, nous devons faire le plaidoyer pour que la finance climatique puisse être orientée vers les systèmes alimentaires durables. Et dans ce sens, on doit prôner des bonnes pratiques culturelles pour que nous puissions faire face à l'avancée du changement climatique. Parce que le changement climatique va entraîner des maladies pour certaines cultures, va entraîner des inondations dans certains bassins de production, va entraîner le recul ou le déplacement des zones de culture de certaines cultures. Et dans ce cadre-là, il faut vraiment la recherche agronomique, il faut faire, par exemple, anticiper certaines cultures de haute altitude vers les basses altitudes, anticiper les cultures des zones semi-arides vers des zones humides pour que nous ne puissions pas être surpris par le changement climatique. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Chief of Staff. I think you've brought in all these other really interesting elements on nutrition, on looking at local staples and diversification of the food system, the importance of research. Thank you so much for that contribution, and really for DRC moving just from extractive into putting focus on the agriculture and food system. I think that is a really important policy choice that the government has made. So let me now turn to our co-host of this important side event, Dr. Amende, to share with us, really, in your opinion and the view of AGRA, what does Africa need to do to consolidate, the different pieces of policies that we're doing, CADAB, CFTA, energy for all of these things. What does Africa need to do to consolidate these different pieces to ensure implementation gains momentum?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the partnership which AGRA appreciates. In fact, we see the African problems being very complex. And we feel in AGRA that it needs also closer interaction with partners and addressing the whole challenge, as I said, rather than in piecemeal. I can give you an example. In situations where you have small-scale energy, lack of small-scale energy in the rural settings, our farmers are cutting trees. They are burning the crop residues that could have been, added to the soil, and aggravating land degradation and climate vulnerability. When you have insecurity in the continent, where we have a very common challenge, you see, internal displaced people going to forests, burn, the available biomass, moving on. So there are the complex challenge. Some communities are experiencing drought and flood within a year, within the same season sometimes. So how we are trying to address is really making sure that, for one, while Africa level institutions can guide, the planning can be supported, but the action should be done by the countries. So in AGRA, what we are trying to do is developing a country strategy in each country, bringing partners together, really talking to everyone, development partners, governments, NGOs, civil society, and farmers, and see what are really those sets of problems that are really coming in the first 2, 3, rank. And then how do we use those those challenges as entry points to facilitate a wider change. The other area, we are really facilitating is multi-institutional partnership, making sure that the ministries are talking to each other. You have a water ministry, you have an environment ministry, you have an agriculture ministry. They don't talk to each other. They don't plan together. They don't know even what's happening where. First, there's a lot of competition for resources rather. So how do we make sure that, we set a common agenda, a country-based agenda, so that these different departments and institutions are coming together and solve a major problem, and they share the outcomes. But also our donors, we get 5, 6 different types of narratives coming with 10,000, with 100,000, with 1 million, and then people are competing for time. What's our African position, and what do we consider as our appropriate solution for that challenge? So we should be in a position to have that stand, that understanding, and set a demand so that we know what we want, and those resources which are coming are in place at appropriate needs. So that's really how we're treating it in Agra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go straight to Elizabeth. And she said there are many efforts that are ongoing at the national level, regional level, continental level to address climate change, agriculture, productivity, and policies at different levels. Do you think that we are doing enough to transform the food system in the continent? And what are the expectations of farmers from COP27?
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and for inviting farmers to bring their voices in these kind of discussions. Yeah, so to start with, of course, listening from everyone on the table, you can really see that there is a lot that is happening. And I can tell you that there is a lot that our African governments are doing in terms of addressing the impact of climate change. But we also need to understand that day by day, the impact of climate change keeps changing because it comes in different shapes. It comes in different variations. Today morning it can be raining. By evening, it's sunny. And by tonight, it's thunderstorm, it's hailstorms. The next day, it's fall armyworm. Next week, it's desert locusts, and so forth. So, even when the governments are putting in a lot in terms of addressing these impacts of climate change, because of these variations, you realize that whatever positive progress that we've made is always wiped out. And partly it's because of the financing architecture. The financing that we have is so rigid that it is not immediate. It doesn't address the immediate impacts of climate change. But also when you look at the available financing, it's usually not sufficient to mitigate to the impacts of climate change. But also, our governments, I would say, don't have enough resources because they have a number of challenges. They are too constrained. Most of them are trapped into the public debt. And when you look at the food systems, I think last year when we had the Food Systems Summit, everyone was talking about food systems. We had a clear vision. And as Africa, there is a clear agenda, Agenda 2063, on transforming the Africa continent to a continent that we want. But you know, our governments usually don't want to be told the truth. And what I want to say is that our governments are not supporting the food systems. And why? If you were supporting the food systems, by now, you would be allocating the 10% of your budgets to the agriculture sector. This is the commitment that you made. But there is evidence that you're not doing it. When you look at the joint sector reports, they're also evident that a lot needs to be done in terms of advancing and transforming the agriculture sector. Then coming to COP, of course we are happy as farmers that we are seeing discussions around food and agriculture in these COP discussions. And for the first time, by the way, we have a food systems pavilion at COP. But having said that, we still feel that these discussions are still early. They are still at an early stage. For example, we haven't really concretized, programs under the GGA. But also when you look at the Coronovia report, discussions around agriculture are also not yet clear. So we don't know which direction and which shape it is taking. And then everyone has talked about agriculture financing. Less than 5% of climate change financing reaches the farmer. So we want to see, support by all the different actors all the ecosystem players in climate change, creating an affirmative action for access of climate financing to the agriculture sector. For us as Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, we've done a lot to build our internal capacity, of course with the support of the different partners, to be able to, to be able to manage such kind of climate funds. But also the financing mechanism needs to be softened. It needs to be clear. It needs to be easy. It needs to have a clear pathway for institutions like ours. And lastly, the discussions around loss and damage. I think that there is also need to have a clear outcome on compensation, especially for us as farmers. For a long time, we've really, harbored the brunt of this impact of climate change, and it has affected our life. It has also affected our dignity as farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. There's so much you've said. I wouldn't want to go into summarizing because we are pressed for time, and I would like to at least have one or two very, very quick comments or questions, if anyone has, or contribution, before I can go back to my panel for very quick wrap-up by them. Anybody wants to contribute? Questions, comments? Okay, thank you. I think the messages were very clear. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I liked what I heard from our colleague from WFP about buying food from the produce from the women. And I'm just wondering, this is a very, very laudable thing. Are there any plans to get our national governments to consider how to support women farmers, how they can support women farmers using the example of World Food Programme? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Chinedum from Nigeria. I was just wondering, in this COP we've had quite a lot about the promotion of green hydrogen as some green mechanism for energy transition. And I was wondering whether any organization is thinking about the implications of a shift in that direction for global ammonia supply and global fertilizer supply, considering that currently fertilizer use in any case is very low in Africa, and its possible consequences for food security in the African continent. And quite a number of African countries have bought into the green hydrogen dream. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I'm from Civil Society Network. One of the panelists from AGRA hinted that they are working with multiple stakeholders. My inquiry is what roles do you expect from civil society organizations to support AGRA's activity? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. So I think we have to be closing our session. So I will just invite the panelists to make some closing remarks, like one made a closing remark, and the questions that have come from the floor, you could address them when you're making your closing remarks. So 1 minute. Let me start with Her Excellency, the Minister. Any closing remarks? Yes, please.
Okay, I'll try to be very quick, and I don't think I can comment on all the questions. Wanted to the First Lady in yellow. I agree, it's a very very exciting the way the thinking and the shift that's taking place with the WFP in terms of local produce. We're doing the same in many school feeding programs, where we are making sure that instead of buying the food for the local schools from abroad, we are giving local and particularly female farmers a guaranteed income. So that's a win-win, and we have to do more of that kind of work. But yeah, fertilizer. I'm not the expert on green hydrogen, but there's a lot happening on fertilizers. Exciting projects, business projects, where they are where the big fertilizer companies are localizing fertilizer production and also tailor making it for the national or the local soil quality. So and that I think we're going to see a lot more of. And there's I think Commissioner Sacco mentioned earlier that there will be a big event in just an hour or so on the fertilizer challenge, which Norway is taking part of together with the US and others. So and obviously that's a big issue, especially for farmers in Africa. Let me sum up by reiterating Elizabeth's points. Before I came here, I had a very interesting chat with some of your colleagues, representatives from various farmers' organizations, and they all had one very clear message, and that was direct access to climate finance. So, you know, it's just a message to all of us working on that side. We have to make this easier, more accessible. We have to get away from the conference halls now and into the fields and get the implementation done. Thank you.
Thank you very. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. No, I will be very brief, and thank you, Excellency, for actually taking that question, mentioning the school feeding, which we call homegrown school feeding, is where you have lack of infrastructure, but you produce and you cannot sell because you are far. So we do with the schools. But one thing that is happening, and I think is exciting, is that governments are seriously looking at what they should do with women and youth, because if they don't respond to them, then they may lose the power. So things are happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time, respecting the time. Elizabeth, you have the floor. You can make your remarks.
Okay, so as farmers, we know what needs to be done. I think when you listen to all the discussions that are happening in the different pavilions, you realize that the discussions are around regenerative agriculture. And this is something that we've been doing for some time. However, the practices that we've been doing on our farms are nowhere. There's no one-stop center where you can go and find them. They need to be profiled. They need to be documented. And we need that kind of support. We need to build an ecosystem of actors that we can work with. We also need access to financing. And the financing architecture needs to be revised to make sure that it is clear, especially, and has clear pathways to be accessed by farmers. Thank you.
So from my side, two things. One, you know, we are very much aware that African farmers are struggling to get access to mechanization, small-scale mechanization. And we are also aware that we cannot have a tractor for every farmer. So what we are doing in Agra is trying to create SMEs, service providers, who really can make that service, can maintain it, can run it, and give the service at the same time, create jobs, and making sure that the system functions. And that is in post-harvest processing, in mechanization, in harvesting, in plowing, in irrigation infrastructure, I think that is one. The second thing I just wanted to note is that, Africa has on the fertilizer side very many deposits. Yeah, if you see the potassium deposits in Ethiopia and in Eritrea, probably nowhere in the world you can get it, but nobody is still using that resource. Nobody even know that there is a huge deposit in that country, which is waiting for investment. If you see countries like Nigeria, like Angola, like Libya, where there is already resources, oil-related resources, then the nitrogen sources are, with a bit of innovation, can be produced and look available. Now Nigeria has already started to do it. So there is, Tanzania, Ghana has phosphorus deposits. So we should really capitalize on what we have in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. S'il vous plaît. Une minute. Oui.
Merci. Nous devons vraiment nous focaliser sur la recherche agronomique ou agricole. Dans ce sens, quelqu'un a parlé ici de fertilisants. Si les recherches sur les fertilisants organiques, par exemple le biochar, la valorisation des déchets, pourraient permettre à ce que non seulement que cela soit visible sur le terrain, mais permettre aussi aux paysans de participer à la contribution déterminée à l'échelle nationale et internationale. Donc, on doit valoriser la recherche, on doit accorder une importance sur la production locale.
Merci beaucoup. More on research, valorizing research and local production. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful panel, and this subject, I don't know if, as far as I'm concerned, this is the most important subject for Africa. And I couldn't have a better panelist than the one here. So please give them a big hand. And a lot of good ideas have come from this discussion. The homegrown school feeding, access to finance cannot be overstated, and mechanism through which you can bring access to finance, like the SMEs that Doc spoke about, documenting, profiling, good practices. I think we have ideas for projects that can be funded, and projects that are already there. So I'm sure we are living here with good ideas that we will get support for implementation on the ground. So thank you again. I know, Minister, you are so busy. Elizabeth, you're so busy. Every one of you here. So we are very grateful that you honored our invitations. Thank them again for me. And thank you all for your presence here. There's a little bit of lunch, so you can help yourself. Thank you.
have a translation mechanism? Okay. These guys? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, hello, hello, hello. The translation is there. Hello.
1, 2.
Hello. Hello. Is it on? Why is that? Hello. Yes, welcome everyone. If you could just please take your seats so that we can start this session. This session is organized by the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. AFSA is a continental network of networks that has 35 members and covers up to 50 of the 55 African countries. In case you need interpretation, you can pick it from there, especially those that are not English speaking, because I believe most of our speakers today are Anglophone. Yes, I'll start off by inviting our panelists to the stage. I'll start off by inviting Miss Ali Aisha too, if you could please come up to the stage. Mr. Josea Aruna, kindly, you're welcome to the stage. Miss Mary Irungu, you're welcome. Dr. Million Belai, you're welcome to the stage. And last but not least, Dr. Kwame Abibao. I'm sorry, I might not have pronounced your name rightly. Yes. Oh, yeah, please do. You're much welcome. Yes, I recognize it's a Saturday. It's quite late, so I appreciate your time. We'll try and keep within 1 hour. This session is basically planned to share with you African experiences from different countries on promoting a resilient food system in the climate crisis. I'll be moderating the session. My name is Bridget Mugambe. I am from Uganda, and I work with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa as a program coordinator. To open up the session, I would like to invite Dr. Million Belai to give an overview of AFSA, but also our general perspective on issues of climate change and food sovereignty in general. Million, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Half of the participants came to the stage and the hall became a little bit empty. Thank you very much. I'm so much pleased to see my brother Kwame here. Kwame has to fight within the system to make it possible for us to have this session, this 1 hour. So I really thank Kwame, and thank you all for coming. My name, as he said, is called Million Balai. I'm the General Coordinator of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. AFSA is the biggest civil society network of networks in Africa. We have farmer networks, fisher folk networks, pastoralist networks, faith-based institutions. We have consumer networks. We also have women in youth networks. Over 200 million Africans in terms of constituency. Basically, we work for agroecology. That's the central work of AFSA. That's a transition that we are hoping to go to. In terms of the climate crisis, I think the question is, what kind of agricultural system would help us to increase productivity, but at the same time help us to build resilience into the system, help us to really produce our food without impacting the environment, help us to eat culturally appropriate food, help us to really meet our goals of the right to food. So we need an agricultural system which ticks all of these boxes. We feel that agroecology is the one. I think just to give you an idea of how agroecology is important for our adaptation to the climate crisis that we are facing, in terms of resilience, I think one issue is resilience. I know, all of you understand the science of resilience, and the most important concept in the science of resilience is unpredictability. Just to give you a recent example, nobody has predicted COVID, and nobody has predicted the war between Russia and also Ukraine. And nobody has predicted, for example, the drought in Eastern Africa, the flooding in the Sahel, the flooding in Nigeria. We live in an unpredictable world. So when you live in an unpredictable world, what kind of agriculture do you need? So you have to build resilience. You have to build a diversity in your own system. And there was some research done. And in Cuba, for example, 15 to 60% of farmers who are practicing agroecology were never affected by the impact of the flooding there. The same goes to farmers in Nicaragua, 40%. In Zimbabwe, in Africa, Cyclone Ida hit Zimbabwe, Mozambique, in Malawi. And there was a study done after Cyclone Ida, and the result showed that farmers who are practicing agroecology were much less affected by Cyclone Ida than farmers who were following conventional agriculture. And agroecology increases yields on average by 16%. In Senegal, for example, agroecology has increased productivity by 17%, in India by 32%, in Brazil between 26% and 48%. So agroecology is very much important for increasing productivity. Food security, I think people could produce double, and the increase in productivity was 27%, and 27% of people became much more food secure. Improved livelihoods, farmers who are practicing agroecology has increased their livelihood by 49% in Senegal, 14% in India. So this is a much proven way of producing food, and agroecology builds a kind of resilience into the system. I'm not going to take a lot of time take the time of these excellent presenters here. I would like to use this opportunity to invite Mr. Dr. Kwame to come and give us his presentation. Thank you, Dr. Kwame. Now you can come in.
Thank you very much, Million, for the invitation that has been extended. Friends, colleagues, sorry. Indeed, it gives me great pleasure to be with you to discuss issues that are the heart of Africa's development, that of agriculture. The African continent and its people are fully aware and have well articulated the importance of agriculture and climate change in improving and sustaining standards in livelihoods and prosperity for our populations. It is therefore no longer enough to state that agriculture is important, or to explain the consequences of inaction on climate change matters. As it has been recounted numerous times in various fora, the relationship between agriculture and climate change, whilst posing challenges, also offers some of the most important opportunities for Africa's growth and transformation. This is not just advanced sustainable growth, but also ensures that such growth is directly impacting on livelihood factors, including increased jobs and economic opportunities for our people, especially women and the youth. Food security and nutrition, as well as social stability and environmental and ecosystems resilience. We still have a lot to learn. The world, and indeed Africa, knows sufficiently well what needs to be done. From technologies and practices, through policy decisions and supportive regulatory engagements. Also, the importance of achieving food security and sovereignty has been brought to the fore by the ongoing war in Ukraine. Africa cannot and should not be at the mercy of others to feed its people. The convergence of climate crisis and rising food imports could potentially lead to instability and chaos on the continent. Unless actions are taken to build up local food systems and ensure food sovereignty by reversing the growing reliance on imports of staples, we could be in for a very serious challenge. In terms of our population, we reckon that Africa will now need more food to feed its people. It is projected that the population of Africa will grow from 1.3 billion to 1.7 billion by 2030. This is a huge jump, and this means a lot of mouths need to be fed. On the demand side, Africa's net food imports is expected to triple by 2026 accounting for $110 billion. In addition, the UN estimates that Africa can only produce just 13% of its food needs by 2050. Friends and colleagues, this is a catastrophic statistic. Just 13% of all our food needs can be produced domestically by 2030. However, we can do better. We should not immediately open the book of lamentations. Significant opportunities exist. Therefore, we need to act. The importance of small-scale farmers and small-scale operators along the value chain within the agricultural food systems architecture on the continent cannot be overemphasized. Our farmers, fisher people, pastoralists, amongst other local actors, when supported adequately, can do more than enough to feed the entire continent. What is required is access to sufficient, appropriate, and target resources coupled with applicable policies and programs. It is critical that all our interventions recognize and support strengthening and alignment of local capacity. This will ensure sustainable solutions and context-appropriate development. Existing tools, platforms, local, state, and non-state institutions are all an integral part of this delivery model. That is why the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, or CADEP, and its National Agricultural Investment Plans are a critical entry point in ensuring that efforts in implementing initiatives on agriculture and climate change are aligned to and supportive of national development agenda and goals. I am overly optimistic that with the requisite support, we will, over the coming years, have something to point to as concrete results, both in terms of impacts and enhancing livelihoods and prosperity, as well as achieving environmental resilience. Africa is a continent of solutions. We have the solutions. Our continent is ready for action. What we require is the impact investments for scaling up and supporting the millions of our farmers who are ready to adopt all the practical approaches, the context-specific approaches to make our continent a food secure one. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwame from NEPAD and representing the African Union for that keynote speech. I think it is, it's very important that you raised the statistics on what Africa is facing, but we also appreciate that you called on to us not to lament, but also to start acting now. So what we'll expect in the coming presentations is some of the experiences from the different African countries of how farmers, pastoralists are dealing with the challenges of climate change and employing different measures to adapt to climate change. First, I'll invite, the first speaker is Josea Haruna from DRC, from Democratic Republic of Congo. He will introduce himself. I have his bio here, but it's quite long and we are short on time. So I'll request him to introduce himself as he begins his presentation. Please do share with us your experiences from the Democratic Republic of Congo in its uniqueness as a country. We know it's unique from the Congo Basin in Africa. Please take the center stage and share with us in about 7 minutes.
Hello everybody. Je vais parler en français. I would like my friend of English country can take the cask. They do not project? Yes. We need projection. Ok, je m'appelle Monsieur Josué Aruna. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je travaille pour une plateforme qui s'appelle la Société civile environnementale et agro-rurale du Congo, qui est une grande plateforme en RDC. Je suis également le directeur exécutif de l'ONG Congo Basin Conservation Society. Nous avons voulu vous présenter en quelques mots la situation et l'expérience de l'agroécologie en RDC. La RDC que nous appelons pays solution. C'est un pays solution en Afrique, pays solution pour le monde, pays solution parce que nous avons la potentialité nécessaire pouvant nourrir l'Afrique, pouvant aider l'Afrique à lutter contre les changements climatiques et à s'adapter à toute exigence climatique. Si vous voyez les chiffres là, en termes des écosystèmes, en termes des espaces de terres arables à milliers d'hectares, en termes de la biodiversité, tout cela contribue à ce que le pays soit appelé solution, solution par rapport aux actions climatiques. Vous allez vous rendre compte que quand il y a eu Covid et que toutes les frontières avec la RDC ont été fermées, la population a elle-même développé un mécanisme de résilience et d'adaptation. Parce que nous avons le terre arable et fertile. Et avec l'agroécologie, il y a quelques années, il y avait des entreprises qui sont venues au pays pour essayer de développer les engrais chimiques. Il n'y a pas plus de 3 ans, ces entreprises ont fermé parce que la population elle-même a refusé d'utiliser les engrais chimiques dans leurs champs. Et ces entreprises sont rentrées sans pour autant plus continuer à travailler en RDC. C'est-à-dire, la population telle que vous la voyez, elle-même a une école paysanne. Et elle utilise ses connaissances traditionnelles. Elle a des compétences traditionnelles basées sur la production locale. Et si vous voyez cette photo-là, c'est une réunion stratégique de parc sémencier local où, avant une saison culturelle, ils décident eux-mêmes de continuer à promouvoir leur culture autochtone. Donc, au niveau de notre plateforme, comme je venais de vous dire, nous avons un rôle capital. C'est de profiter de cette capacité locale ici des communautés autochtones afin que les politiques de notre pays puissent accompagner significativement la mise en place et la promotion de l'agroécologie comme moyen pour l'adaptation et la mitigation par rapport aux effets des changements climatiques et avoir l'autosuffisance alimentaire à l'intérieur du pays. Voilà pourquoi, dans nos actions, nous menons plus. Comme nous sommes une plateforme qui a plus de 500 organisations actives sur l'ensemble du territoire national, nous menons des campagnes de lobby pour influencer les décideurs politiques à mettre en place des politiques qui vont accompagner la question de l'agroécologie comme solution idéale. Et nous avons réalisé que notre gouvernement nous a écoutés Et aujourd'hui, je vous informe que le gouvernement de la RDC a déjà développé une feuille de route sur la question de l'agroécologie et en l'intégrant dans son plan de contribution nationale déterminée comme moyen de lutte contre le changement climatique. Et ça, c'est déjà opérationnel dans notre pays. Au-delà de ça, la campagne que nous menons au niveau local, il y a aussi au niveau national, c'est-à-dire le mouvement de la plateforme influence les décideurs politiques au niveau national. Voilà pourquoi aujourd'hui la RDC s'est dotée d'une politique d'aménagement du territoire. Et cette politique d'aménagement du territoire va jusque dans les provinces et dans les entités territoriales décentralisées. Pour qu'ensemble, nous puissions gérer la forêt du bassin du Congo et tout ce qui nous donne comme services écosystémiques. Voilà, en termes de contribution à l'adaptation, le pays a, dans la mesure du possible, développé cette politique et a renforcé déjà la résilience. Il n'y a pas longtemps, pour essayer de voir comment on peut soutenir cette communauté à miser sur les compétences locales et leurs connaissances traditionnelles de produits locaux, il n'y a pas longtemps, on a signé un partenariat avec Choyang University of Technology, qui est basé en Taïwan, pour essayer de venir renforcer les compétences locales, surtout au niveau pour analyser le pouvoir sémencier des produits locaux des communautés. Et c'est un partenariat déjà qui est en train d'être allé. Il y a quand même quelques défis au niveau du paysage, au niveau du bassin du Congo, notamment le commerce du bois, contribue à la dégradation des paysages. Il y a notamment, pour essayer de limiter cette dégradation, voilà les activités que nous menons pour essayer de limiter ça. On distribue les foyers améliorés au niveau des communautés, renforcement des capacités, mais aussi la question d'exploitation minière. C'est aussi un défi qui essaie de contribuer à la dégradation du sol, mais nous essayons quand même de mener les lobbies afin que l'autorité de l'État puisse nous aider davantage à mettre en place un mécanisme qui accompagne l'agroécologie. Voilà pourquoi il y a déjà un plan d'aménagement, une politique d'aménagement au niveau national. Il y a une politique foncière qui est en train d'être adoptée. Il y a les défis liés à l'agriculture sur brûlis. Et là, nous travaillons plus sur la sensibilisation et le renforcement des capacités parce que les éleveurs préfèrent brûler pour avoir accès au fourrage pendant les saisons pluvieuses. Maintenant, pour essayer de limiter ça, nous sommes en train de développer ce que nous appelons programme de foresterie communautaire pour que chaque communauté ait sa propre portion de terre qui est légalisée par l'État congolais et on les forme localement et ils développent un plan de gestion de leur sol pour qu'ils jouent sur ça et travaillent sur ce sol afin de produire grandement ce dont nous avons besoin et de s'adapter logiquement pour la question du changement climatique. Au finish, ce qu'il faudra peut-être pour AFSA, c'est de voir, parce que nous sommes membres de AFSA, voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici, c'est de voir comment étendre des actions spécifiques au niveau du bassin du Congo et spécifiquement d'abord en RDC, et de voir comment harmoniser les politiques de l'agroécologie au niveau de la sous-région, que ce soit à l'Afrique centrale, que ce soit à l'Afrique de l'Est, tous les pays qui se partagent les frontières doivent avoir au moins une harmonisation politique afin que les combats soient communs entre nous. Et c'est par ça que nous pouvons peut-être continuer à réussir ensemble. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Runa, for that experience that you have shared. We recognize that DRC is a very big country, so yes, you had a lot to share, and we appreciate that. I'll straight away invite Ms. Ali Aisha too from Cameroon. Please share with us, especially the pastoralist experience. We understand that pastoral groups are facing a huge challenge with climate change, but also they are often, picked out as blamed for climate change. But we also want to understand from you, what are some of the solutions that you're putting in place to adapt to climate change? Please introduce yourself and go into your presentation.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. And Bridget, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk as a pastoralist. So I am Ali Aishatu. I am a pastoralist indigenous woman from Cameroon. So in my presentation, I will try to talk about the impact of climate change in the pastoralist communities and what we have been doing to adapt to that. Okay. Maybe I calm down a little bit. I would say African pastoralism is defined as a high reliance on livestock as a source of economic and social well-being. The species of animals that are being kept by pastoralists are mostly cattle, sheep, goat, and local poultry. And in Cameroon, there exist two forms of pastoralism. We have nomadism, and then we have transhuman pastoralism. And I would say pastoralism contributes to healthy and nutritious diet in terms of meat and milk. It also provides employment to our youth, and also it provides manure to improve our soil nutrients. As concern challenges faced by pastoralism in Cameroon, I would say that climate variability is having an overwhelming effect on maybe livestock production, such as starvation because there is no pasture, leading to emaciations, leading to disease and death of greater number of animals and small ruminants. With this, I think it is affecting the livelihood of these people. The other major concern about this climate change is conflict in these pastoral areas as a result of competition over the limited resources. Over there, you see some pictures showing the impact of climate change. To my left, you see the animals are so emaciated that one is even unable to move or to walk. So it is there, and maybe the final destination will be dead. To my right, you will see maybe a herder struggling to find a small quantity of water to feed their animals. I see when you go to these pastoralist communities during the drier period, you find these situations. To adapt to the climate change, I think we have integrated approaches for climate resilience, and I want to share an example that Mboskuda has done in the northwest region of Cameroon. The picture I'm projecting is a pastoralist community. I think if you look at it, you see everywhere is green, the biodiversity is maintained, meaning that despite the climate conditions, these indigenous people are trying to maintain the biodiversity because they think that that is more important to them in order to sustain their livelihood. To the right, you find pictures of some seedlings of trees. I think these are water-friendly trees. And these trees are planted in catchment areas in order to maintain the catchment areas and preserve water for their cattle and domestic use. Recycling of manure in gardening, I think, is also one important aspect. You will see maize to their right, no chemical fertilizer. And I think that is what is more important to project so that people can see. It is not only the chemical fertilizer that is important. And also to say that the fact that livestock contribute to the emission of gas, they also contribute in making a good use of the gas in producing quality food and quantity of the food that we eat. You find women are the most people that are involved. To the right, you find pictures of women doing their gardening where they plant onion and there is a maize farm too behind them, meaning that they are making a good use of the manure and producing quality food for their home consumption and for economic purposes. I want to also say that in pastoralist community, one of the activities that they are doing to increase maybe food sovereignty or food security in the community is apiculture, meaning bee farming. You can see a lot of beehives put in places to harvest honey that is also very nutritive for human beings. So this is the better use of available agro-pastoral resources to avoid expansion into new areas, that is to use the areas that are already there to reduce the aspect of the degradation, enhancing biodiversity management. One of the second aspects of climate in pastoralist community is conflict, as I earlier mentioned. In Boskuda, we adopted dialogue platforms, and I think these are community-based platforms for the promotion of dialogue and negotiation amongst the different resource users in the community. And it is very important because if we look at climate change only in the perspective of maybe drought and other aspects, keeping conflict aside, maybe it may aggravate to something different, because conflict is an important aspect of climate change. There are these dialogue platforms that negotiate and discuss issues when it comes to disagreement amongst the different resource users. And it has helped a lot through amicable settlement of their dispute. And it leads to a win-win solution, that there is no conflict, no disagreement. I think when they separate happily, which is very, very important in the community. The second integrated approach is the alliance farming that we have. If you look at this cycle, it is a circle. Up there you see cattle. To the right you see manure, meaning that cattle send out manure, and the manure is used by the soil to improve on the soil fertility and to produce cereals that are used in the community or by the farming community that are our neighbors. When you look at the crops, after they harvest, there is the crop residues. Those animals tend to feed on those crop residues. So there too, the two parties come together through that alliance farming. They create a good relationship amongst them. It is also one way of resolving conflict amongst them, as well as one important way to addressing or to adapt to the prevailing climate changes. The other aspect is the use of animal manure for biogas. You see the picture to my right, a family, a man and a wife. They are so happy because they have constructed a biogas, I can say small biogas factory. I can call it factory because it is for their home use, and they regard it as an innovation and something very important in their home. This has helped the woman to reduce the workload that she has, because she always walks for about 2 to 3 kilometers in search of firewood to use in the kitchen. So it has helped her, it has reduced her workload. Secondly, it has reduced the rate of felling down of trees for firewood, which is very important in mitigating climate change. And if you look to the right, she's already making a good use of her biogas, and her pots are very clean, because we always complain of washing pots when we use the cooking fireplaces. And many women too have been complaining about having problems with their eyes because of the smoke, which is having health implication. I think with this, it has addressed not only the issue of climate change in terms of greenhouse gas emission, but also in terms of improving the health of the household users. Importance of agroecology. For me, all what I have been saying, it relates to agroecology. So Africa has a great potential, rich cultural diversity, natural resources, and creative use to use all the integrated approaches that we have mentioned above in the form of practicing agroecology. It is also like it is scientific based, because if you see there is some innovations, not only depending on the natural processes, they have done other things to ensure that they make a good use of the resources they have around them, while at the same time maintaining their natural environment and biodiversity. So I would say agroecology provides the ability to absorb carbon and adapt to essential threats of climate change. And this is very evident in the IPCC report, which acknowledges that. And Africa can lead the world in the transition to sustainable food systems through agroecology. For that, I will recommend we prioritize agroecology to transform the agri-food system, build resilience, and enable small-scale farmer, pastoralists, fisher folks to adapt the climate change, including agroecology in the UNFCCC climate negotiation. I think it is very important. That is one of the things we are recommending for the COP27. This should be taken up as an important aspect. And then also meaningful engagement when it comes to the small-scale farmers who are pastoralists, who may be croppers, who have been feeding us for the past decades. It is very important we put them at the forefront with more focus on women and youth. So we also recommend that financing should be directed towards this, because if we say all this, without money we cannot do it. We were able to do this in our communities because we had the funding. So I think it is very important we direct funding for that. Thank you. And I think now is the time for us to do it, not tomorrow, now like this.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for sharing those experiences that are quite positive in the pastoralist communities, but also making those recommendations. I will now invite Miss Mary Rungu. Please come and share your presentation. Sorry, the pastoralists and the Congo people have taken up a lot of time, but I hope you'll try and, okay, save us some time here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bridget. I'm Mary Rongo. I work with Pelham Kenya as the program officer in charge of advocacy. Pelham Kenya is a network of 57 civil societies in Kenya promoting agroecological practices. It's with great pleasure to share about why adaptation through agroecology is the future of the Kenyan farmers. Just to give a brief scenario in Kenya. Currently, the Kenyan farmers are struggling with improving the soil fertility. As it is now, Kenya is importing around 581,700 metric tons of fertilizer. That is as 2018, in the effort of improving food security in the nation. And the cost of fertilizer has increased, and most of the smallholder farmers in Kenya are not in position to at least buy a bag of fertilizer, which is currently going at $25. That is subsidized cost. Not forgetting the implication of the synthetic fertilizer in the crop production, the overuse that is causing soil acidity, the pollution of the air and the water, the release of greenhouse gases, and also the environmental implication that it has. At the same time, in Kenya, the use of pesticide has doubled between 2015 and 2018. And with all this increased use of synthetic fertilizer, increased use of chemical pesticides, the food production has not changed. In fact, it is declining. For instance, the maize production in Kenya has declined with 26%. So that means the conventional form of agriculture will not solve food insecurity, not only in Kenya but also in Africa. And there is need to change the way things are being done, and we shift to the agroecological practices. Well, when it comes to climate change challenges, currently in Kenya we are experiencing the worst, I can say the worst drought in the past 4 decades, having 23 counties which are in Asol area experiencing food and nutrition insecurity. And we are having the government having or proposing short-term solutions to end the hunger. For example, subsidized fertilizer. At the same time, recently the lift of the ban on the GMO, the short-term solution to address food insecurity. But this will not address the food insecurity in the country. And we see as the drought should be a awakening call to the government to invest more fast in the local agroecological food systems, and also to put more investment in the smallholder farmers. Well, in terms of adaptation, we propose and we encourage and we are working with smallholder farmers in promotion of agroecological practices. Kenya has the potential to fully adopt the agroecological practices. Looking at the diversification of the food, for example, the variety of seeds that we have in the country, and also the diversification at the farm level can at least improve the resilience at the farm level. At the same time, the local resources that are available to address the soil fertility in the nation, which can be tapped and have the potential to tap on that to improve the soil fertility. And well, in terms of energy, Kenya has the ability to use solar energy to address issues to do with irrigation. At the same time, use of renewable energy, for example, the biogas, as it has been explained by my sister here. At least in Kenya, every farmer owns at least 2 cows, which has the potential to tap on biogas in the country. And not forgetting the rich indigenous knowledge that is with the communities. Well, with all the challenges that we are facing in Kenya through the climate change, we also recognize that agroecology is actually gaining momentum in the country. Agroecology has been recognized in the policies. For example, the Kenya Agriculture Policy 2021 it has an objective on agroecology and stating what role the national government will have and what role the county or local government will have, in which we appreciate at the having policy that are recognizing agroecology at the national level. And also we have the soil management policy, which proposes or recognizes the use of organic agriculture practices to improve the soil. Of course, when it comes to the implementation of these policies is another case, but we look forward to see these policies being implemented. At the local levels, we have counties that have gone far ahead to have agroecology policies. For instance, we have Murang'a County, which already has an agroecology policy and also an act. We also have other counties, for example, in Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, for those who knows Kenya, that are in the process of finalizing the agroecology policy. So we are seeing that there are at least some effort in the policy environment to recognize agroecology, but the gap that still exists is in terms of implementation. Well, we also have different stakeholders that are recognizing agroecology. And at the national level, we have a multi-stakeholder platform that is bringing together different actors in agriculture, that is the academia, private sector, civil society, referred as the Intersectoral Forum for Agroecology and Agrobiodiversity, and similar case at the county levels where we are having multi-stakeholder platforms. And all these are to at least promote agroecology, both at the local level and at the national level. Well, as I finalize, Bridget, I would say that agroecology should be recognized as a viable climate change adaptation strategy, not just at the local level, but also at the international level. We understand the Coron Levy at least highlighted the element, but it would be better if we find that agroecology, the term itself, is being put in place. We look forward to seeing that. We understand what is there, but we ask if we can have agroecology as it is. But we appreciate the elements that have been highlighted. Also, I would emphasize the need to invest more in agroecology in terms of budget allocations and also in terms of research, which is a missing gap. We are finding that there is a gap between the research, policy, and practice, which needs to come together in order to enhance agroecology or continue promotion of agroecology. And finally, in building a transformative resilience community, our approaches must go beyond the set of practice, but also include the strengthening of the social movement of smallholder farmers and also bringing smallholder farmers in such platform to share their experiences. And I appreciate so much hearing about pastoralists. Next time maybe we can have a farmer who will also share broad on what they are doing. So thank you very much for the opportunity. We highly appreciate.
Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate agroecology is very broad, and it's not an easy task to summarize it, so I appreciate my panelists. We do have about 11 minutes left of this session, and I would like to give an opportunity to the audience. If you have any interactions, if you have any questions, kindly please do feel free to raise your hand. And yes.
So, my name is Mithika. I'm from Pagja. And I first want to appreciate all the presenters. And this is a very, very interesting subject, particularly in building resilience of communities on climate change. So and the issues which have been raised, the presentations are very relevant. But I have two concerns, and one of it is how will the ecological agriculture movement counter the big industrial agricultural lobbyists, Monsanto, and those who are driving the GMO agenda, because that is the biggest danger. Even they are here promoting that as a solution to climate change. So how are we going to convince it? Again, if it is Monsanto which has convened this meeting and funded NEPAND, it could be up to that over there. You can see now the movement which we are fighting. So that is the biggest challenge. Like Mary, you know now, the Kenyan president, the first day he was elected, he lifted a 10-year ban on GMOs. And you know what that means, they are entrenched. So while I'm very happy that you are talking about, yes, their policy is changing, and the Pan-African institutions like NEPAND are pushing African Union, but what power does that smallholder farmer who is driving this have over this? Number two, when we are talking now about this coronavia, remember it is ending I think this year. So there must be a framework on another discourse on Coronivia. So who will shape that agenda? Because it's an issue of procedural justice. You cannot implement a decision which you are not part of. Who, is it going to be designed through the framework and the input of smallholder farmers? Or it is going to be driven and designed by industrial agriculture so that the meaning of it is what America or elsewhere they understand about Coronivia and agriculture. Agriculture is becoming very important subject within the negotiations. It is now gaining in profile, but we need to understand and really to be careful what kind of agriculture adaptation mitigation they are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of my panelists has, okay, you want to? Yeah, just one, unless there is a lady, otherwise we'll just have the last question. Yeah? Yeah, no, you'll respond. Yes, kindly.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentations that have been very insightful. I think just they're not necessarily a question, I'd like just to get your opinions. We are seeing the move in terms of policies accommodating agroecology, and the next step that we need is mobilizing financial resources to support that, because when you look at the transitioning from, as you look at farmers with the poor soils that have been destroyed because of inorganic fertilizers, and then transitioning to improve the soil quality so that they can have the yield, there will be a reduction obviously in yield initially before it picks up. So we need maybe to start thinking of who's going to finance that and what mechanisms are we going to put in place to do that. And then the second point is that there's been a push towards industrial agriculture. And it is interesting when you look at Africa, because we are talking about industrial agriculture, we're talking about mechanization, and yet most of us don't have the resources to even mechanize. So at the end of the day, it remains a big dream to be realized. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very good questions and also inputs. One of my panelists decided to move around the microphone, but I will just invite you, Million, to respond to some of those questions, because you did make the first presentation and you went back, especially the question from Mr. Mithika on how are we going to counter industrial agriculture. Yeah, after that, okay, just go ahead. We have a few minutes left, Million.
Thank you very much, Mithika. It's a very, very good question. I think we started AFSA just to do that, to counter the movement or the push by industrial agriculture. That's why we have started. The way we work is how we are countering it. One, we do research, our own analysis, and we do also use the research done by others, and we do publish, so that we have enough scientific basis to counter. And second, we do advocacy, both at the country level, in all the countries that we operate, and also at the African Union level. One thing that we have done, one thing that's putting a lot of pressure on AGRA, for example, is a letter that we have written to all the funders of AGRA. As you know, that they have dropped the name Green Revolution, both from the yearly forum, the Alliance for Green Revolution Forum, yearly forum. So now the name is a sustainable, a food system forum, African Food System Forum. So they've dropping the Green Revolution agenda, and we had a discussion with the president of AGRA. We had a discussion also with some of the scientists, and they are realizing that it's not there. So we're pushing back, and we're mobilizing the base also, as many African civil societies as possible, the the number of our network is increasing all over Africa, and it will be great to collaborate with you, Mitika, to do that. The Coronavia question is a very important question. We haven't participated as actively as we should during those negotiations with the workshops. You know, we haven't input, but we are pushing now that agroecology be included at least in the future workshops, in the future agendas, and we are seeing green light in that. So many of the governments are agreeing, and the leader of G77 is also giving us a green light. We will work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Million. Sorry? Okay, thank you so much, Million. In case there is anyone that really has something burning that you'd like to contribute, I'd like to give you an opportunity, especially the ladies, but also the gentlemen are welcome. Okay, I don't see any other question. If any of the panelists would like to quickly respond to that, but I'll also request Dr. Kwame, I am sorry for putting you on the spot, but I saw some of the presentations had questions directed to you, so I would like you to just give a few remarks on some of the issues that were raised also by the panelists. I don't see any other questions, so I'll give you that opportunity. Maybe also in the same spirit, thank you for your initial remarks as you opened the session, as some of their members were not here.
Thank you very much, Bridget. And I mean, with the responses that Million gave, I'm not too sure if I can do any better than he did, because for the environment movement, it has taken civil society to drive us this far. We've had a lot of pushback from the big industries, the big corporations, who are promoting the GMs, who are promoting the other non-organic approaches to agriculture and to environmental protection. So I think we are in the right place. We have the right people. What we need, what is required, is a groundswell of support. Is the mobilization of the grassroots people to have a very formidable pushback, because the campaign on the other side is so huge, backed by significant resources. What we have as civil society is our heart and our people. So we need to do this mobilization and ensure that our using ecological processes for agricultural transformation be enhanced. It is not going to be an easy engagement, because governments are involved, livelihoods are involved. So that context is going to be a very, very big contest, and we need all hands on deck. We need civil society coming together, and I like the fact that at the continental level, AFSA is playing a very, very important role, same as PACJA. We need civil society to come on board. We need civil society to mobilize heavily and push this environmental agenda. When civil society is out of the picture, I'm afraid we may lose this battle. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And I believe in the civil society movement. I think you've done so much for the protection of the environment, and please continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't think I would want to add anything on that. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwame, and of course for the support that you've shown to civil society as EPAD and Africa Union Development Agency. I'd like to close this session and thank my panelists once again, and thank for the African Union Development Agency for giving us this space and the collaboration with civil society. Thank you, and good evening to you all. Kindly, let's have a group picture here, just for the remaining 3 minutes we have.
Hey test, hello check. Hey Mike. 1 2 1 2. Test 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 test.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today at this session. 2 years ago, I wrote an article talking about the need for repo markets in emerging markets and in Africa in particular. Repurchase markets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today at this session. 2 years ago, I wrote an article talking about the need.
1 2. Hey test. Hello check. Hey test Mike. Hey test Mike. Hello check 1 2 1 2. Hey test Mike. Hey test.
more sound? More? She's still talking?
See, isn't it? Where's the Zoom? Is this one Zoom?
Yeah.
This is Zoom? Do you need to turn it on?
No.
You need to press the button?
Hey, hey, hey.
اي هي انا الفون شغال والفون شغال اهو انا بتكلم
hey. Hey.
Me too can't do.
Hey. Hey, check. Hello, test.
Please sit down, by all means. Yes, I understand that. Are we okay? Checking the interpreters? Yes. All right, so let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, members of the audience, and online guests, my name is David Escoffier. I'm the CEO of the LSF Secretariat and an LSF board member. I'll be the moderator of tonight's panel, which is entitled Addressing Africa's Perception Premium to Close the Climate Finance Gap. How about the contribution of innovative market mechanisms such as the LSF? We are privileged to have with us today the following panelists. First, Jean-Paul Adam. Hello, Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul is Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management Division at the UNECA. We are very, very honored to have Denis Denia, Executive Vice President of Afreximbank, who will say a few words for our board member, Professor Orama. We have Giza Johansen, who is joining us from Zoom, if the technology allows it, of course. And Giza is EMEA, Head of Clearance and Collateral Management Business at Bank of New York Mellon. We have our esteemed colleague Joaquin Hugo from Citi, who is a co-head of Global Sovereign Solutions. Welcome, Joaquin. And last but not least, with us on the panel tonight, we have Ingrid York, partner at White & Case in London. Welcome, Ingrid. So to set the scene, and again, I want to thank the audience here and abroad. To set the scene, I propose that we start with an opening address from Afreximbank President, the esteemed Prof. Benedict Orama, who is also a board member of the LSF. He will be represented today by Denis Denia, EVP Afreximbank, and we will then have another opening address from our chairwoman, the esteemed Dr. Vera Songwe, who is at the origin of the creation of the LSF. Denis, please, if you want to proceed with Prof. Orama opening address, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, David. Tonight I'm happy to be representing Professor Benedict Orama, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the audience, panelists, guests, on behalf of Afreximbank and as a sponsor of the African Pavilion this year, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this panel dubbed Addressing Africa's Perception Premium to Close the Climate Finance Gap, the contribution of innovative market mechanisms such as the LSF panel. At Afreximbank, we are very proud to have supported the LSF from the very beginning. This is crucial because as a lending financial institution that facilitates trade and trade development on the continent, we know that Africa needs the right financial infrastructure to succeed. We are very pleased to see today the development of the LSF, an innovative market mechanism with the potential to be a game changer for Africa in leveling the financial playing field and drawing a new range of investors to the African bond market, and in particular to the African green bond market. Today's event to mark the first transaction for the LSF may look simple and small, but we are all too aware that success of the initiative will have far-reaching positive implications for the development of the continent. The LSF was established in response to several major challenges facing the African countries. In particular, the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the historical high cost of borrowing for African sovereigns, and the urgent necessity to address climate change and its consequences. The LSF's mission is to reduce the cost of borrowing by African sovereigns, increase the pool of private capital willing to invest in Africa, and mobilize affordable resources for green investments. It has two clear objectives. The first is to support the liquidity to African sovereign Eurobonds, and the second is to incentivize the issuance of sovereign sustainable development goals and green bonds. With this initiative, we want to contribute to the creation of a sustainable investment framework for Africa. So today I'm very happy to be able to announce, 1 year after its establishment, which was unveiled at COP26 in Glasgow, that the LSF has concluded its inaugural repo transaction with Citibank for an amount of $100 million backed by funding from Afreximbank. The LSF is also signing in clients to the platform. Two of the largest American and European fixed income private investors are already in the process of being onboarded. Here, please allow me to highlight the key support of leading international institutions such as Amundi, Bank of New York Mellon, PIMCO, and White & Case that made this possible. We are extremely grateful for their support and contribution to the development of the LSF. As in the words of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, we are here at COP27 to showcase unity against an existential threat that we can only overcome through concerted effort and action and effective implementation. The LSF provides more favorable terms for investors that use their African sovereign green bonds as collateral for their transactions. There are many ways that African governments can use the LSF for mobilizing capital towards key sustainable efforts, including climate action and green economy, aligned with the Paris Accord. In conclusion, the LSF here is to support African sovereigns so that they can access international markets in better conditions and to create means for African governments to finance green recovery that is sustainable and inclusive. We hope this will generate favorable conditions for African governments to issue more green bonds and to contribute to a well-adapted and sustainable environment. We also hope that by offering investors the enhanced liquidity they need, African sovereign green and climate bonds will become even more attractive for their portfolios, thereby creating a virtuous cycle for Africa. In the medium to long term, our wish and hope is with this initiative to see a dramatic increase in the volume of green and blue bond financing and at affordable and sustainable rates. We wish the LSF many years of growth and development to support SDG-aligned investments and investments that contribute to the objectives of the Paris Agreement in African economies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Let's now watch the opening address of the LSF chairwoman, Dr. Vera Songwe.
It's a pleasure to be with you today at this session. 2 years ago, I wrote an article talking about the need for repo markets in emerging markets and in Africa in particular. Repurchase markets essentially are a tried and tested tool in the developing world, in the developed world, for creating additional capital, for ensuring that there is liquidity when it is most needed and when the markets are getting tighter. Today, I am proud as I stand here to announce that with Citibank, Afri-Exim Bank, Bank of New York Mellon, White & Case, and many others, we've been able to close our first repo market deal on the continent. This is a watershed moment for the United Nations that has been part of this process all along. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa that has worked with us throughout this idea. I really want to say that this is part of proving that Africa's market infrastructure needs to be upgraded to meet with where Africa's needs are for better capital markets infrastructure. The Liquidity and Sustainability Facility and the repo market that we have launched today is a clear example that the best of the best in the world and the financial sector need these instruments to reduce the cost of borrowing for our continent and for emerging markets as a whole. Citibank, PIMCO, Amundi are all talking to us to see how they can work with us to ensure that when they buy African sovereign bonds, they can actually translate and repo that into more liquidity to come back. We are creating a new asset class. The Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, we hope, will ensure that more people can invest in Africa's green economy and ensure that we can carry that growth forward much faster all over the continent, from DRC to Zambia, from Algeria to Cameroon to Cote d'Ivoire. We need this kinds of facilities to reduce the cost of debt. Growth, prosperity are what we are all after. Once again, thank you for your participation in this discussion, and we hope that we can take this adventure forward, working with African central banks, working with global central banks, and why not getting some SDRs to build the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility into a first-rate, first-class institution, the likes of Bank of New York Mellon, that is at the service of emerging markets and Africa in particular. Thank you for your attention.
So, as you heard from Dr. Songwe and Prof. Orama, today is a big day for the LSF. We have just completed our first inaugural transaction. We are very, very proud with Citi, with funding support from Afri-Exim Bank. And we must remember that the LSF was designed, as Dr. Songwe told us, initially by the UN Economic Commission from Africa. And that's where we are rooted, and that's how we started, in collaboration with Afri-Exim Bank. So it's very natural, and I'm very pleased to start this panel with my friend Jean-Paul Adam, Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management Division at the UNECA, to give us his views on the African green bond market,
to give us his views on the amount of investments that are needed and why is additional private sector funding required for sustainable development, especially in light of the recent UN report that is stating that developing country will require as much as $340 billion starting by 2013 every year to adapt to climate change. So, JP, the room is yours to set the tone.
Thank you very much, David. And I would like to congratulate once again all of the partners that have made these deals possible because it changes the landscape of green finance for Africa. And that's what we wanted to achieve when we started talking about the liquidity and sustainability facility. We wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity for precisely African countries to generate liquidity which would be targeted towards sustainability linked products. Now we need to recognize that the majority of climate finance is actually generated by the private sector. Globally, it's 56% in total. Africa has a relatively small percentage of total global finance flows, only 23% of official public climate finance flows, but receives as little as 5% of financial flows for climate investment. And if we look at the private sector investment into climate, Africa's share of the percentage from the private sector is only 14%. And this is 3 times less than the next region with the lowest amount, which is South Asia. So we really need, and I think this was one of the key findings of the high-level report on climate finance, we need to leverage private sector investment to solve climate change and be able to address that. And bond mechanisms are one of the main vehicles used for investment in climate resilience. We've seen a tripling of the total amount of issuances of green, social, and sustainability bonds just in the 3 years since the pandemic, 2019 to 2020-21. But Africa and the Middle East accounts for less than 1% of this total amount of issuances. So the LSF is really about crowding in the private sector investment that can come in, particularly through bond issuances. We also need to note that, particularly in areas which are critical for Africa, such as energy, only 2% of the total amount of global investment globally in renewable energy is coming to Africa. So the LSF is part of that financial architecture which can help the private sector to bring flows of finance into Africa's efforts to achieve climate resilience, as well as also investing, for example, in sustainable development-linked bonds or climate-linked bonds. And we've really heard at this COP how these kinds of vehicles will be critical. We heard in the plenary on Finance Day on how we need to reduce the cost of borrowing, reduce the cost of green borrowing in particular for African countries for us to meet those goals and address this issue of Africa's perception premium and de-risk the ability of the private sector to invest in Africa in a very predictable and reliable fashion.
We share the mic. So thank you. It's very clear. I mean, the challenges are immense, as we know, for the planet, but they are immense for Africa. And the whole concept behind the LSF is to try to level the playing field, and notably by using one tool called the repo market, which is a tool that has been available and made available to all global investors in developed countries, and that we now are making available to investors in Africa specifically. So leveling the playing field is key because, as we just heard from JP, the amounts that are needed and the relative scarcity of issuances on the green side, especially coming from Africa, makes the challenge even bigger. So we need to jumpstart, and the LSF is here to help in that regard. But I would like to turn to a specialist of sovereign debt, a good friend, Joaquin from Citi, who was a global head of sovereign, or Deputy Global Head, you will tell us, know exactly the challenges of emerging markets and specifically of Africa when it comes notably to green bonds and green finance.
Thank you, David. Let me say a couple of words about the brilliance of the LSF, right? And why, since the beginning, we were very keen to help and put this together. The repo market basically allows a funder that has, low cost of funds to basically go to an emerging market investor at a very low rate and allow them to keep their bonds when the market is in turmoil. And actually, when the market is not in turmoil, allow, for that extra demand that otherwise might have sold these bonds to more demand is what lowers the premium that Africa and any borrower is paying. But the brilliance of this is to kind of like try to emulate what the central banks of the developed world do when there's a crisis. Is they're able to actually go out there and buy securities in the market. The emerging market doesn't have that. So this is an attempt to create it, and its potential is fantastic because it is a way to tell those central banks, as Vera said in her intervention, that you can do this in a very safe way, given the way the repo market works. So it's, congratulations, because it's a simple idea. The difficulty is always in the execution, and we have executed. Executed in the sense that that's the first pilot transaction, but the importance is that the documentation is developed, the legal vehicle is up and running, it has governance, so it's there, right? Now it's on to find who are all those other funders, like Afrexim did here, and who are those other provider of bonds like the role City played, and to escalate this hopefully to the billions of dollars. But now to your question, right? What we're facing is really dramatic, right? I mean, the way we look at numbers and we analyze numbers, just in public info, there's 43 countries that are trading at yield levels that would make it almost irresponsible to go borrow. Of those 43, not all of them have bonds outstanding, but the ones that have bonds outstanding, there's 28 that are trading at less than 80% price of the bond and more than 9.5% yield to maturity. So this is debt that it's unsustainable at the, you see dollar inflation levels at 5 or 6. That's not real. I mean, that's going to come back. And if you're borrowing money, at those very high levels, when inflation in dollars goes back to 3% or 2%, it's just unsustainable. So the point being that every mechanism, countries can do things on their side, right? You can improve your dependence on fossil fuel imports if that's what you do. You can be more transparent in your debt disclosures, and there are things that countries can do that help bring down that premium. But there are things that the financial architecture has to do, and one of them is this. You've heard that for nature all over the week. That's another one. But what we can control and what we could do and execute has been done, which is the LSF. So David, really, congratulations. I saw Vera in person a couple of days ago. Really congratulated her because it's that persistence of going through a ton of obstacles and just getting it done. So, very well.
Thanks, Joaquin. I must say that we and all our partners are very proud of doing something that is real. It's not empty discussion, it's not empty talks. It's the LSF exists. There's a large transaction done with the largest international banks, with one of the largest development banks in Africa. All this takes, of course, a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of professionalism. Yesterday I was very, very pleased to be able to send an email to more than 120 people worldwide who have been working on the transaction. from the back office all the way to the legal offices, including trading desk and so on and so forth. So it shows, just the dedication, the belief, and that yes, we can, but of course it's hard work. Now, what's interesting is the past is the past, the future is bright. The future is bright, why? Because we have a functioning liquidity and sustainability facility up and running for Africa, dedicated for Africa, with great partners. But I think it's quite important that we go back to the notion of repo. Why? Because repo is such an important factor in the plumbing of financial markets that it's important we pay heed and enough attention to how transformative this is for Africa. So I'm hoping that the connection with Germany is working. I don't know, Giza, if you want to try to start to speak, to say a word. So we understood, that COP had issues with Zoom links on and off. So we are very hopeful that we can listen to Giza Johansen, who is EMEA Head of Clearance and Collateral Management at the Bank of New York Mellon, because she is really the expert. Bank of New York is one of the largest banks when it comes to tripartite repo agreements. And through the bank's pipes, trillions of dollars are going every day. Giza, can you hear us? Okay, so I've been told that unfortunately we can have the video, but we cannot have the sound. It has happened to many intervenants, I understand, today and yesterday, so it is what it is. So I would just say maybe a few words for our friends at Bank of New York who are the specialists when it comes to repo. So first of all, I know that Bank of New York Mellon is very, very proud to have been a part of the transaction, and they have been, at the, I would say, the foundation of its, of how it works, basically. The way a repo transaction works is relatively complex, with a lot of different intervenants, a lot of connectivity, a lot of professionalism that's needed between the markets, and Bank of New York is providing us with this facility. The fact that we're able to close the first transaction with one of the largest bank in the world, Citi, which, as you can imagine, is a very demanding counterpart. I think a testament to the solidity of the process that the great team at BNY Mellon was able to provide us with. Repo are key for investors because it provides them with the security of knowing that they can get liquidity when they need the liquidity. So they can invest in Africa now with this added comfort that they know their sovereign bonds issued in the euro market, they will be able to get liquidity overnight whenever they need for 3 months, up to 1 year. And there are over 120 bonds that are eligible to the LSF. In addition, what they know, thanks to all the work that has been done, is whenever governments are issuing green bonds, those green bonds and SDG-linked bonds will have preferential treatments. So we hope that that be very simple market mechanism. It will entice governments to issue more of green and SDG-linked bonds. And, we were at a pre-COP a few weeks back with the Deputy Minister of Egypt explaining to us how difficult it is to issue a green bond because there's a lot of strings attached. It is costly for governments. So we need to make sure that governments are getting their money back. And they're getting their money back. The LSF is helping by having lower yields for green bonds and SDG-linked bonds. And that's exactly what we are trying to do with all our partners. All this could not be possible if we didn't have the right setup. And I want to turn to Ingrid York, partner at White & Case, maybe to help us understand in global finance and what we have brought to African markets today in global finance, how important the infrastructure is, and also maybe your experience about the whole process, because you worked on this mostly pro bono, from the start with all your teams. You can explain to us also the size of the teams involved, the number of legal advisors that have been working from our partners, from the LSF, and maybe explain to everybody why it is difficult to do such an endeavor, It's because it requires very high technical people, very high knowledge. It requires a lot of dedication, but it is possible. So, please.
Thank you, David, and thank you so much for having me along today. If I may just say a few words before I answer the question. So first of all, we've been on such a journey since we launched the vehicle at Glasgow 12 months ago. I think what struck me most profoundly, and particularly in the last few weeks as we came up to the trading date, was how committed and dedicated all of the partners of the LSF are. And I know that's been mentioned a few times today, but I'd only repeat it. It was obviously personally and professionally very moving to see that, and obviously having to document the first transaction. I'm so grateful to Afrexim Bank and to Citi, Bank of New York Mellon, and Intertrust and various law firms who are involved in the transaction for their absolute sacrifice and dedication to get the trade done, to be able to demonstrate that the trade is actually doable, that the LSF has a very big and bright future. And as David mentioned, we had over 120, I believe, people involved in this transaction. At White & Case, we're extremely proud of our contribution to the LSF's mission. We had around 46 attorneys work on the transaction in 7 different offices. We coupled with our good friends Arthur Cox in Ireland, where the LSF is based, and we worked together with lawyers from Simmons & Simmons, Norton Bros, Reed Smith, and Baker & McKenzie. So it definitely took a village to bring that trade to market. But maybe just turning to the legals, and I'll share a little bit of the highlights, of which there are many. As mentioned, at the heart of what we've actually done in the first transaction is actually quite a straightforward transaction insofar as it's a bonds versus cash trade with the obligation to return the bonds on a future date. So a classic repo transaction has been described. So perhaps that's relatively straightforward. But obviously what makes the LSF so special is everything that comes with that transaction. So on the repurchase transaction side, we had our good friends at Citibank assist us in ensuring that we had an internationally recognised standard apply to that transaction. So we documented that under a global master repurchase agreement, the leading industry standard for that trade. And then on the funding side, our friends in Afrexim Bank, together with Baker & McKenzie, assisted in documenting a internationally recognised facility agreement based on the LMA standard. And then together we plugged both the repo trade terms and the lending trade terms into a brand new program for the LSF. So not only have we done the first trade, we've actually established a brand new program into which both the repo terms and the funding terms have been plugged under an umbrella arrangement with a modular approach, whereby we have master repo terms, master funding terms, and with our good friends at Bank of New York Mellon, we have master collateral and custody terms. And most importantly, we have master eligible collateral terms. So the terms that will specify or do specify the bonds that are eligible for this platform. Really what we're here to talk about today, how are we going to achieve these sustainable development goals? Well, it's through those terms. And as mentioned, we've established a program. So the beauty of the program is that we can scale it in a very efficient and time-effective manner, and we can bring on board very quickly future private sector investors and future funders to the program, and we can hopefully in quickly we can scale the program as we would wish, and the LSF can obviously assist in achieving those goals that we've mentioned. Lastly, I would just say, maybe to echo the words of Dr. Songwei, that to me the first transaction really demonstrates that the African market can have an internationally recognised African sovereign bond market. We've shown it can be done, and we've shown also that it can be done into a standard which will allow for scaling. So that's extremely exciting, and hopefully that means, well, I'd like to believe, and I'm sure lots of others do, and hopefully the international capital markets very much believe that that will be the case, and that we can indeed achieve the sustainable development goals of the countries of Africa through initiatives such as the LSF. So thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. So 47 attorneys working on this, just as it was in case, to make this happen. I think it just showcases how difficult it is in today's global finance to do things properly. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of competence, and that's not by chance if we are supported by Afreximbank, one of the largest development banks in Africa, and by some of the largest global institutions in the world. That's how we can give the confidence to global investors to come in and buy more of African government bonds and buy more of African green bonds. And that's obviously why we're all here today at COP27. I want to really thank our panelists and, of course, our partners. We're talking about, the perception of African risk. It's something, because I love economy, that with my friends at the ECA, we debated for hours and hours. It's called the African premium. And yes, it exists. It is there. I mean, there are a lot. Some of my friends at the IMF will disagree with me, but I disagree with them. It is there. There is a premium. What we are doing with the repo facility is that we are trying to tackle one aspect of that premium, so to make it go away. It's not enough, of course. It's part of the story, but it's done in a self-sustainable way. The LSF is not using any public money. Is not taking ODA from any other project. It's capital market finance helping Africa and helping capital market finance. So that's why we are very, very pleased. We have started to onboard the two largest fixed income asset managers in the world. So both from Europe, that's Amundi, I can disclose, and from the US. And obviously a lot of others are now knocking at the door. We are not reserving our efforts only to the largest. We are also supporting smaller asset managers dedicated to Africa. Our goal is to support the African market, just to be clear. The first transaction is $100 million. It's based on a basket of 3 bonds from the Republic of Egypt, from Angola, and from Kenya. And we hope to add some other bonds in the coming weeks, but we will see that with our partners, of course, depending on the conditions. Now, all this can be very dry. There's a lot of financial world. And from the start, our founder, Chairwoman Dr. Songwe, insisted that we try to get an easy way to explain the LSF, a way that our children would be proud of, that they would understand. And eventually this led to what I'm going to show you just now, a short video, animated movie that we did with our partners at the UN ECA, that I'm very proud of, because it's a very important way easy way to understand. It's also being used with all our partners so that within their teams, and those are not children, they are gray-haired people usually, within their teams to understand the LSF. And I understand it was shown at board levels at many institutions. So please, the short video from the LSF. And of course, we'll have the Q&A just after.
They need electricity and the internet, but are often struck with power shortages. Africa is the richest continent for solar resources. However, only 2% of investment goes towards renewable energy. How can African states make large-scale investments in clean energy infrastructure? International aid isn't sufficient. Like in developed countries, governments in Africa need to also borrow money from private investors. However, they currently face interest rates up to 2.6 times higher than similarly rated countries outside Africa. As African governments pay higher interest rates, it also pushes up the rates paid by local businesses and individual borrowers. Factors influencing these rates include a country's economic growth, governance, perceived risk, credit rating, and bond liquidity. Bond liquidity relies notably on the ability for private investors to use bonds as collateral for short-term borrowing on the repo market, a huge global market with a turnover of $1 to $2 trillion US dollars per day. Developed countries have established stable repo markets to support their own government bonds liquidity many decades ago. For African countries, this is where the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility comes in. It aims to support the liquidity of African sovereign Eurobonds as a well-governed and well-resourced counterparty in the repo market, engaging with private investors wishing to raise short-term borrowing against their holdings of African government bonds. This may help with stability of repo rates and make these Eurobonds more attractive to investors. In turn, this may lead to increased demand from investors, higher bond prices and lower interest rates. This could allow governments to issue new debt at lower cost. A deeper repo market could help African countries save up to an estimated $11 billion on their borrowing costs over 5 years and could trigger lower rates for African people and businesses. The LSF also aims to incentivize green bond issuances by offering preferred rates to private investors using African green bonds as collateral. Large-scale projects like renewable energy infrastructures become more affordable, helping African governments make bolder investments in sustainable development and in the energy needed to help Mary and her friends achieve their dreams.
Voilà, thank you for your attention, and I'm very, very pleased to open the floor for questions. And if there are not that many questions, you know, it's fine, because it's been a long day and a long week. And I want to thank everybody again for their participation and attendance. And we will make ourselves available, of course, press contacts are there. And you have all our contacts on the documentation. Thank you very much again.